your hot laps. You can start towards the water at this point. It's not that big a deal. If you're not going to hot lap, you don't have to go in right now. Well, we want to welcome everybody to the Blue Water Resort and Casino Parker 300 Enduro, presented by Nick Rose Insurance, Nordic Boats, Ecology Auto Parts, Integral Products, Advanced Oil Field Systems, Flat Bottom Boogie at Kings River, Hotboat.com, Jet Renew, River Dave's Place, Twisted Liquid Marine, Ron Lund, Wood Specialties, Carl Johnson, Hook It Clips, and Hot Rods and Hobbies. Be working today with my brother Ron, Speed Boat Racer. I'm Rattle Can Lou, Mike Miniger, and we'll be your announcers today. Enduro racing. I tried this last year, announcing the race, and I lost my voice. It was horrible, so took care of myself last night and didn't go out drinking with everybody else, and hopefully Ron and I will have voices by the end of the day. We've done all the work, Ron, on... oh, you don't have a microphone yet. Oh, man without a mic. Perfect.
You guys mind moving to that table? We're going up there. Oh, you are going up there. They'll be able to get you the cameras down here.
They're in the process of moving us upstairs. We are important people, so we'll be back at you in just a second when we take a perch up above. Again, to the Enduro drivers that want to take advantage of the warm-up lap, please work your way towards the water. We want to stay on schedule the best we can. If you choose not to take that warm-up lap, you do not have to make your way to the water yet, and we'll keep you appraised of when we want you in the water. This year is going to be a little bit different, kind of interesting. All the boats are starting at one time. We haven't seen that since the Enduro has been reincepted, but the racers wanted to see it, the fans wanted to see it, so you're going to see it today. Roughly 34 boats on the beach. The fast boats will go first. Division 7, they will be to the south of us. No, north of us, I'm sorry. North, down there at the end by the launch ramp, and then all the way up towards the cantina will be all the way to the Division 1 boats. Now you'll see some GN boats.
Yeah.
You'll see some GN boats. Oh, you want to see me? That's great. You'll see some GN boats that decided to go naturally aspirated, meaning they've taken off the blowers they normally run and they've put on fuel injection and also carburation. So they're dropping a division. We'll go over the laps because that's how the handicap will be worked this year. You will see less laps made for the slower boats, and of course, the Division 7 will make all 50 laps. So we're getting situated up in the perch. Happy to see River Dave here, the Flat Bottom Boogie in Kingsburg, hotboat.com. We've got all kinds of sponsors, but none better than Nick Rose Insurance.
Nick Rose Insurance is all over the place. My goodness. Really appreciate their long-term commitment to this event.
Yeah, they signed a 3-year deal, which, excuse me, that really helps the validity of the event. Guys can plan on it. Boats will start getting built specifically. I couldn't believe, Ron, walking through the pits, how many boats are purpose-built for this race only? Did you catch that?
Yeah, there's people that just put this on their calendar, and this is the only time the boat is actually used is for this race. So
one guy from Oklahoma City, Paglia, trucks the boat here. This is his 3rd or 4th year, hoping for good luck. He's had bad luck. Beautiful boat.
Used to come here as a kid and watch the races. Mike was telling us in the pits earlier that the first time he came back and saw this event as an adult, that it nearly brought tears to his eyes as he saw the boats come around and roar down this front chute here. Very exciting, and he's back, and we appreciate the travel all the way from Oklahoma.
The amount of money spent, Ron, to do this event in fuel, entry fees, the prep of the boat. You know, these guys, we watched them last night. They prep all the way to the last minute. And I always laugh because, as you and I both know, preparation never ends when you're going to go racing for 300 miles. So somebody that's I'm fond of, Rick Lockery. We call him Locke. He's finally here with his boat. It's taken years and years and years of prep for his 21-foot GN boat. Got Ben Maroney involved, and, of course, Paul Grichard doing the engines. The only laps he made at Long Beach were for some practice, and now he gets to come do a complete race.
Let the drivers know if you're going on the warm-up lap, you need to get in the water right now. Drivers, taking the warm-up.
Drivers planning on taking a warm-up lap, you need to get into the water right now. Warm-up lap for the Enduro right now in the water.
Racers, Enduro racers, if you go in the water for this warm-up lap, you can stay in the water. You cannot fuel the boat. Make sure you have enough fuel in the boat to make that warm-up lap. Do not pull the boat out and clog the ramps. You will pull up on the beach and get ready to stage the start.
Sorry, Mike.
Ron, I'd say we got a really good spot to watch this event from. Hopefully we don't make a lot of mistakes, but that's possible.
Well, I want to thank Hookit for moving their banner. They could move it back up to where it was. It's no longer blocking our view because we're up here in the crow's nest. As well as Flat Bottom Boogie. Put your banner wherever you need to. I'm sorry to have made you move it, but this is a much better spot for us. We could see upriver all the way into the turn, and ladies and gentlemen, this course is flat, but not for long. That's what's going to get us. Is the back of our, I forgot the block I kept saying I had. Smart, huh? So we're going to be like two sahibs up here.
Racers, don't forget, have your fan club, put it on your Facebook page, everything you can, Twitter it, tweet it out. Surfrat.tv, www.surfrat.tv. Should have a real good live feed, and this race is kind of cool because you don't have yellow flag laps and you don't have boats coming in and out of the water. It's a constant race, 300 miles. This year, Ron, the short course. Back from a 12-mile to a 6-mile course. This has a lot of implications on the field. The outboards have been super dominant in this race in the last 4 or 5 years, and it's fun to watch. Boy, those guys ride them high. They're up out of the water. The V-Drive guys would just want another shot. Old Gary Harabinian did it in his boat called Justified some years ago. He's walking around in the pit area. What a beautiful shot of that is. He said next year he'll be back. Suffering some health issues. He looks great. Can't wait to get back behind the wheel. So we look forward to Gary Harabinian. The GN boats, this is a points race with SCSC. So they're on hand. They can choose what kind of induction system. We've talked about it. And folks, Heath Hebert is in the house. Boat number 369, the black 20-foot racing craft with the blown injected motor. Man, he put on a show. He won every heat at Long Beach in August of this year. So look for Heath. He's one of those guys that'll be could be one of the first boats down that straightaway in his division. And what can you say about the Nordic at 193? You just saw Todd Haig win that 10-lap men's open behind the 193 boat, the legendary Nordic that Billy Dunsmore, Gordy Jennings, and also Randy Davis will be piloting that boat today. Always one to watch, just super fast, quiet as it goes by, but runs hard down the straightaways.
That boat is the model of consistency in the ski race. It just lap after lap, never varied in ride, RPM. It just looked smooth.
Well, you can hear those turbos just squeaking away in that thing. Very impressive boat.
You know, talking a little bit about the history of this race, all the way back in 1963, according to unconfirmed sources, was the beginning of this event. If you have information other than that, we'd love to hear from you. But in 1963, the inaugural 9 hours at Parker, Enduro was run and ran consecutively for many years. And there have been some brief breaks in this race. And In about 1974, the race was shortened from 9 hours to 7 hours due to fuel consumption and the fuel crisis our country was experiencing. The boat on the course right now, Battle Axe, driven by Eric Sperry, puts on quite a show. In Long Beach, we had it was even money that he was going to get tossed out of this boat.
Fuel injected with zoomies. It's a nice and quiet boat, you know, kind of your lake family boat there that Eric Sperry's in. Eric, now the proud owner of the GN24 that Joey Cucci made famous with Ted Colby behind the checkbook. That boat's been sold to Eric Sperry. They just couldn't get it ready to come do this race, so they decided to run the Howlett. Well, there's a legendary boat run going in the water for that lap, the 550 Tub of Fools boat. For those of you around the GN racing for a long time, the 550 boat, they had a whole stable of boats painted this way. They had the famous cracker box that Andrew Games ended up with, the first wood cracker box to go 100 miles an hour. And now the Benton family are the caretakers of the 550. Jimmy Benton doing the driving today. Beautiful boat, one of Rudy Ramos's nicest builds, and the former owner, Bill Simpson.
Sponsors of the GN 550, the Tub of Fools, include Nick Rose Insurance, Jimmy's Pools, South Point Hardware, and Teague Marine.
Again, like we talked about a little bit earlier, all the boats starting at once today. That's going to be quite the view. They go all the way down to the legendary Bad Knocks. That's where they're going to have to suck it up and go to the right side of the river on that initial start. So things will be spread out. By the time they get down there, they'll see 3 buoys tied together, 2 orange and a yellow, and they have to be on the right side of the river by Bad Knocks. Then they'll go down into that Marina Manor area, and there'll be a turn to come back. Okay, folks, the division you run in has to be declared right now. You have to come down here. If you have not picked a division, I'm afraid Ross will pick it for you, and you may not like it. So if you've been waffling about what division you think you're in, you better get down here and get it straightened up. Post haste.
Davis's 192, the orange, white, and purple Nordic, leaving the ramp now.
Well, looks to me like that GN 550 boat might have a quad Whipple charger on it for this race. Pretty funny looking blower setup on that thing. And again, we announce, if you have not declared a division with your boat, please get down here and rectify that with the boss, Ross.
Mike, and walking the pits yesterday and again today, I noticed a shortage of flat bottoms. Let's talk about that. I think I probably only saw one or two brave souls that are actually out here in anything but a tunnel or a V or a Mod VP hull. So tell us about the flats. We got Kenny Buick running a flatty in the E-Class.
9 years. This is the 9th year for the E12 boat, the little orange Unlimited, with the 327 Chevrolet. Kenny Buick, Steve Sequeira, and Eric Salmons behind the wheel for another beating.
For another beating. You know, I remember the year down here that boat ran and came into the pits, and I'm sure there was some kind of an APBA OSHA violation going on, but there was 6 inches of oil, fuel, and water mixed together in the floor of that boat. It was quite interesting getting it turned around in 10 minutes and back out. And I think that was the year that Brother Pat took a turn.
Yeah, I think he had a ride in that for a couple of laps.
Yep. Well, it's called the Crazy Horse, but after that race, I wanted to name it the Torch.
The Torch, yeah. Flat bottoms in endurance racing that's really looking in the rearview mirror as far as technology and ride. These waters get pretty rough. The flat bottom is just tough to handle this kind of water and keep the boat together. They did it years ago, but that's when the motors were about 450 horsepower to 500 horse. Now everything you build is 600, 700, 800 horse and above, so they just are too hard to keep a hold of. The little E12 boat is a love affair with Ken Bewick, the owner, and he just loves to come out here. It's the only race they do, brings his whole family, makes a family fair about it, and puts in a couple of great drivers along with himself, and they just come to have a lot of fun. The reason I talked about the outboards and what they must put up with today, the shorter course does not play into their hands. The outboards don't get through the corners as fast as the V-bottoms do. So when you've now doubled the turns by shortening it up for the 300 miles, you have doubled the amount of times those guys have to go around a corner. So it will definitely hinder them a little bit. But of course, that's all thought of when they come up with the lap difference between the classes. So don't kid yourself. The outboards are going to be there at the end. They always will be. They're the epitome of consistency. And these boats are well prepared, but boy, are they simple, Ron. There's just nothing to them. There's a fuel tank, a driver's seat, some steering, some buttons to push, and a motor that will live forever.
You know, we were talking yesterday, or actually a couple of nights ago, Mike and I, and then we included Mike Stock in the conversation last night. Mike Stock, the owner of the El Cid, and crew chief, along with Tony Applegate of the old Mona, being driven by Duff Daly today. But we were talking about the difference between, Duff owns the boat, I beg your pardon. I said Mike Stock owns the El Cid.
Yeah, but Duff Daly's not here. His daughter's getting married this weekend.
Oh, I didn't see Duff in the pit.
Yeah,
that
that's
explains
why.
that. So
He'd be good if he could be here and there, too. Florida and here.
well, we were talking about the differences between the way the power gets to the water between the outboards and the V-drives, or for that matter, the outdrives. And hanging on the back of every one of these outboards is a finely tuned, researched, and developed machine, and millions of dollars spent in R&D. Quite different than the V-drives.
Oh, there's no comparison. The V-drive has so many moving parts. I think it's the greatest propulsion system ever built in my world, but I'm 64, and I'm a little behind the 8 ball when it comes to technology. I just love the old V-drive boats, but unfortunately, the V-drives, the prop shafts, the propellers, they just don't live as long. So when you go into this race in a GN boat, a Grand National, that's what they used to call an endurance racer. But reality is they do 20 laps at their races, not 60. So we have two boats that look just like each other, the 369 boats of Heath and Kaylee Hebert. Kaylee in the carbureted edition, and that is boat 36. I think they marked off the 9 on that boat. She's just driving by. But you can tell the difference between the scoops. Hers has a stainless dually scoop, square scoop, and his has got the old teardrop fiberglass scoop on top of it, and he's the one with all the beans.
Kaylee is driving the appropriately named Mini-Me, owned by her father, Heath. The 369 passing in front of the pits right now is the Heath Hebert Lone version.
Folks, listen up, listen up. We have a fan that has lost a black iPhone. A black iPhone. If you've come across one that you have no idea who it goes to, you could bring it down here and we'll get it to the rightful owner. You know what a phone means to us today. I mean, they're probably having a meltdown. Not able to get to Facebook, not able to tweet. Life is not good without your phone.
Remind all the fans that event t-shirts are being sold down here at the cantina. Come on down and see the lovely gals mining that booth. You'll like the artwork. It's snazzy and perfect for today's event to commemorate it as time goes by. So come on down here. Prices start, I think, at $15 for the sizes that don't fit your co-announcers, and we'll run on up to $20 for the tent that is required to cover my body. Event t-shirts for sale at the cantina.
Just going in front of us there, the GN 911 boat belonging to Dirk Olson out of Colorado. Advanced Oil Field Services. It's got a twin-turbo Paul Fitzgerald-built engine in that thing, and they have had serious bad luck at this event. So today we wish the luck gods on them. They actually are going to get to start the race. Dirk Olson, very happy. Co-drivers on that boat will be Ryan Heiser and, of course, John Cogan of Famous Concept Marine. You've seen him, nice-looking guy, mouthy a little bit, but John, no, I'm just joking. John Cogan, Ryan Heiser, and Dirk Olson. Okay, guys, in the water. Everybody in the water. This is your time. Don't mess around. We want all competitors in the water.
Check.
The warm-up laps, folks, are done. The warm-up laps are done. Now our goal is to get you all in the water and prepped for the start. So please work your way to the ramps. I just said no more warm-up laps. Where is he going? Wow. One rule breaker already. Woo. There we go. He's coming back. Very good.
Number of today's boats are equipped with radios to the pits, and others are carrying their cell phones in case there's a breakdown on the course. Late registrant Dennis Hall, boat 192. If you are in the vicinity of the cantina, would you come down to the scores tower and flag tower? We need a little more information on you and your boat. Thank you. That's boat 192, Dennis Hall.
Okay, before all the noise starts, let's go over the handicaps, okay? Division 7, that's the fastest division. That's the boat the class the 193 is in. You have to go 50 laps, 50 complete laps. Division 6, which is comprised mainly of outboards, you will go 49 laps. Division 5, unlimited V-drive, meaning any form of power, blowers, turbos, anything like that, you are going 48 laps. GNV drive and jets, meaning naturally aspirated, no blowers, you will go 46 laps. The ski race class F2, that's Division 3, you will go 45 laps. Division 2 Classic Mod VP, you are at 45 laps. And the jets and the flat bottoms will go 38 laps, Division 1. So that's how you'll be scored today.
And there's no need for Dennis Hull to come to the scorer's tower. We figured out what we needed, that you are a co-driver on the boat 192. So thank you for your registration, and we've got you down.
So folks, quickly, we're going to run down through the lineup, the boat names, numbers, and divisions. My brother Ron will handle that. He's been working hard, so listen up before we fire this race up so we get everybody involved.
If we call out your information about your boat, your driver, your co-drivers, please let us know if it's incorrect and send someone from your crew down here so we can get it right for the rest of the day as we talk about you and your race teams. The first one on our list is the 007 yellow and black River Rocket, driven and owned by Mike Kundazi from Parker, Arizona. The number 18 black and white tunnel hull, Todd Stone out of Oklahoma City. We talked about the Oklahoma City boys making their way here, and that is the number 18 white and black tunnel hull. The GN21, the white and black Blackjack, owned by Mike Schlemming and driven today by Mike Schlemming and Don Schlemming out of Phoenix, Arizona as a racing craft. And Schmeling, yes, sorry about that. The number 31, the red, white, and black STV tunnel hull of Mike LaPaglia from Murrieta, California. Mike, crew chief Gil Fallon and Lou Colbert. That's an STV tunnel hull, number 31, red and white and black, Mike LaPaglia. The number 48, the red and white Stoker, owned by John Roth, out of Harbor City, California. Sponsors include Wizard Pistons and Integral Products. The number 82, Advantage Flat Bottom, owned by Dan Chivens out of Cayucas, California. Dan Chivens and Mike Owens co-piloting that today, along with Rick Philpott as the crew chief. Advanced Racing Engines, Heath Hebert, are sponsors, including Drag Boats Unlimited and DCC Incorporated. The number 87, red and white 20-foot Stoker, owned by Rob Mobley. Crew chief Sarah Mobley, out of Linden, Washington. The number 87, red and white Stoker. MER Market and Equipment and Repair. MER, Market Equipment and Repair, is their sponsor. The 96, orange and white Old Goat, owned by Jack Stutzman, Lapine, Oregon. Jack Stutzman driving the 96 white and orange Hallett. Sponsors include Silverado Trucking. The number 147, Mod VP Sleek Craft, owned by John Haddon at Sea Witch Marine and out of Bonsall, California. Co-driver is, well, looks like he's going to Ironman that today, John Haddon. Crew chief Ben Cortez, and Sea Witch Marine is a sponsor along with Yamaha. And an early favorite, certainly demonstrating this in the ski race today, is the Randy Davis piloted 192 orange, white, and purple Nordic out of Alta Loma, California. Co-drivers today include Randy Davis, Gordon Jennings, and Billy Dunsmore. I haven't seen Gordy. Is he here? Oh, he's here. Okay, he's signing autographs. That's why I missed him. Looks like we have a late entrant there as far as an extra driver, Dennis Hall. Sponsored by Nordic Boats and Davis Development. That's the 192 Nordic. CompJet. I do declare this is the only jet entry that I see in the field. If I'm wrong, please correct me. But CompJet 222, it's white and blue. Deuce is Wild, owned by Terry Valori. And the crew chief is Wayne Valori. Looks like they're going to share driving duties with 3 people, Harold Bruce Sr., Harold Bruce Jr., and Lance Nichols. Got a little father-son thing going on there. The whole type is an advantage, and they are sponsored by TAV Construction. The 234, a Mod VP, yellow in color, owned by Kevin Taylor out of Henderson, Nevada. Kevin Taylor was the 2009 and the 2015 division winner of the Parker Enduro. Sponsors include R&R Prop Shop, R&R Prop Shop, the new home of Matsko Propellers, and Lucky Strike Racing. That's Kevin Taylor in the 234 Mod VP. The 312 green and yellow, this is a fancy boat owned by Randy Lewis and Steve Linder out of San Diego, California. It's a Stoker, and that's number 312. Sponsors include Regional Equipment Services, Simon Wong Engineering, Al's Outboard, and the R&R Prop Shop. GN333. The GN333 is a yellow entry owned by Duff Daly. The boat name is Omona. And drivers today include Mike Stock, Tony Applegate. Duff is out of Stuart, Florida. His daughter is getting married this weekend, so he is not here, but his boat is here. And ably crew chief by Mike Stock and Tony Applegate, who will share driving duties. Sponsors include our YMCA. YMC, not YMCA. Stock Construction, J&A Air Design, Tony Applegate and the crew out of Boise, Idaho. The GN911, a blue, white, and yellow. This one is Collective Efforts, owned by Dirk Olson out of Rifle, Colorado. That's a town I'd like to live in. Second Amendment advocate.
Folks, I don't know who turned that boat loose for that lap, but that wasn't good. Not another boat leaves the lineup, please.
All right, continuing on, the Dirk Olson entry is going to be driven today by Dirk Olson, Ryan Heiser, and John Cogan. Sponsors include Advanced Oil Field Services, Southern Thunder Marine, Crazy Colors, and Billy B's Arrive and Drive. Paul Fitzgerald and Ryan Heisers are the crew chief. Ryan has been working on that boat quite a bit along with John Cogan. Number 914 is a blue Baker hull owned by Davy Jones. Davy is going to Ironman that today. He's out of San Bernardino, California. And the boat on the course right now has been voted the most likely to be penalized first. But the GN50, the white and orange hot wire, owned by Chris Knowles, crewed by Chris Knowles, driven by Chris Knowles. It's a racing craft. He's out of Hermosa Beach, California. Sponsored by R&D Marine, Revco, and Revco Balancing. Just about done here. The GN30, it's white, owned by Pat Hoban. The boat name is Under Pressure, the GN30 from Harbor City, California. Mike Noble and Clay McKinley will be sharing driving duties today. It's a Rush hull, one of the, I think the only Rush in the field today. Sponsors include Jesco Electric, Hayden Enterprises, and California Coast Advertising.
Okay, guys, this is the last boat to get in and get lined up right here. For those trying to launch down there, you can come up here to this ramp to launch. If it's crowded up there, get the boat down here and get it in the water. Okay, drivers, you're going to see a flare at the beginning of this. Your flag boat for the start of the race is directly across the river, that white boat over there. Never mind. We're going to wait on the instructions. We got 5 more boats going in. So go ahead, Ron, and finish up the lineup.
All right, the GN number 790. It's a yellow one. My Pleasure is the name of the boat. Brought out by Lance Hasselring. Lance, we appreciate you being here from Los Angeles. Lance is going to share driving duties with Bobby Fry. The crew chief is Bruce Petro, and it's a racing craft with some history. The boat name is My Pleasure, the GN 790. Sponsors include Bruce and Luann Pedro and Pam Hasselring. The GN 22, it's a beautiful red one. It's the Armenian Navy, Chuck Susamenian, out of Whittier, California. The crew chief is Darren Susamian, and it's a racing craft. Sponsors Ecology Auto Parts and Versteel Trucking and ABC Battery. The GN 550, it's red, white, and blue. It's the Tub of Fools. We were talking about it earlier. It's owned by Jimmy and Rachel Benton out of Santa Clarita, California. Tim Christensen's the crew chief. It's a racing craft. Sponsors include Nick Rose Insurance, Jimmy's Pools, South Point Hardware, and Teague Marine. This 307 red and orange outboard attitude adjustment owned by Steve Linder. I think I have some more information on Steve right here handy. Drivers today are Bob Kitchens and Steve Linder sharing duties. It's a Mod VP. All right. Next boat is a GN number 6. It's blue and yellow. And we've got the legendary Ben Maroney sharing driving duties with the owner, Rick Lockery, out of Las Vegas. It's a racing craft, and the sponsors include Elite General Contracting. You'll be able to tell Ben the locks flowing out the back of his helmet. Number 7, the yellow and white Angry Bird is a well craft owned by Jeff Barris and Abe Anders out of Long Beach, California. Andy Klee is the crew chief. Sponsored by Boatworks, Long Beach Boat and Ski Club, and Gretchen's Automotive, and Calypso. Winding it down here. The number 6 Red Mod VP, number 6. Boat name is Strokes, owned by Jim Lloyd out of Elkton, Maryland. I think he gets the second longest haul award. The boat's a Stoker, and it's sponsored by Accurate Marine, Concrete Coring, and Strokes Bar and Grill on the river. Number 2, the blue and white Flying Fin of Greg Aronkanen out of Redondo Beach, co-driven today by Emilio Majerus. It's a sleek craft. MFR Construction is the sponsor. And we were talking about one of the flat bottoms. E12 is the orange Crazy Horse, owned by Ken Bewick. Sharing the driving duties today in the E12, this is the roughest ride on the day, is Steve Sakura, Eric Sammons, and Ken Bewick. It's an Aquacraft cap on top of a what, Mike, for a hull? It's an unlimited hull with an 18-foot Aquacraft cap on it. Small block Chevrolet. 9 years been here. The GN 360
finished every race. Probably the only boat on the beach that can claim that. Finished every race.
Finished every race. I affectionately call the boat the Torch, or the Exxon Valdez. I'm not really sure. But the GN 369 is a black and green. We talked about this earlier. Heath Hebert's entry. Cornfed is the name of the boat out of Bellflower, California. Sponsors include, the co-driver will be Andy Barker and the Jack Landers Special, with Andy Barker and Heath Hebert sharing the duties in the Blown racing craft, featuring an advanced racing engines power plant. Sponsors include Bragg Crane and Rebco Balancing.
That's dear Jack Landers to you.
Dear
Jack Landers.
Dear
Right.
Jack Landers. Yep, he could probably write an advice column, or at least he'd like to. The GN 36 is the black and green Mini-Me. The Mini-Me is the daughter of Heath Hebert, Kaylee Hebert. She'll be piloting the Bellflower, California-based race and craft. Sponsors include Advanced Racing Engines and, of course, Mom and Dad. That's the GN36. It's painted identically to her father's boat, the 369. The GN211 is the yellow and green battle axe, owned and piloted today by Eric Sperry. Eric gave us a show in Long Beach, did everything but come out of that boat dancing down the straightaway, so we'll see what happens today. Co-piloted today by Matt Herman. They are in a Hallett, and Miller Blades is the sponsor. All right, the last one I have on my list is the 243 Mod VP. Owned, the boat's name is Baker, and it's owned by Keith Bandy out of Huntington Beach. Bill James will share the driving duties today, and sponsors include Jasani Signs. If you are in the field and I did not read your boat's information, you can let us know so we don't miss anything during the events of the race. That concludes your field for today.
Okay, everybody, it's opening ceremony time for the 2016 Blue Water Parker 300, presented by Nick Rose Insurance. Please stand for our national anthem and shut the motors off, please. Shut the motors off.
So proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming. And the rugged red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave.
Okay, drivers. Your start boat is directly across the river, the white advantage over there. So we are going to shoot a flare off and give 60 seconds, and we'll count it down. The minute that flag moves, the water is yours. So do not anticipate the flag. Make sure that it moves to start this great event. Let's just say a quick prayer real quick. I just feel it, so I'm going to do it. Bow your heads for a moment. Take your hats off. Dear Heavenly Father, we just can't thank you enough for this gorgeous day, no wind and flat water. But Lord, more than that, we ask that you make sure this race be safe for us. Keep the heads in the game of the drivers, keep the fans off the beach and safe. And Lord, just let us all come together at the end of this race with everybody happy and a lot of memories being made. We thank you in Jesus' name. Amen. One minute. 50 seconds. 40 seconds. $30. 20 seconds. $10 seconds. Green flag. Well, folks, they wanted it, they got it, and there goes the Thunder back on the river. A full start for every competitor here today. Looks like all but one got off the beach. Looks like one down there not ready to fire. That's the 911 boat of Dirk Olson. Looks like it's ready to fire. You can see it doing little spurts. We will try really hard to keep you appraised of who's doing what today, but keep in mind, man, some of those numbers are small, and we're going to, like I say, do the best we can up here. And of course, go to surfrat.tv. Dirk Olson still not able to fire yet. Awful hard to hear your motor. When all those things are around you taking off, you cannot hear your motor. So now that the boats are away from him, he should be able to hear what his motor's doing, amount of fuel it needs, or whatever it may be to keep that thing from firing. We have field judges up and down the course to tell us if anybody went outside that buoy when they should be all on the right side going upriver. Well, let's hope that 911 boat starts. Everybody else got off the beach fine. And there he goes. He's going to be behind, but it's a long, long race. 911, so they all get off the beach. Awesome start. Did you see from up here, we had a great vantage point. Everybody went across the other side of the river. It was like the right side had nobody on it, and everybody went to the left. So I'm sure down there was a little bit of a traffic jam because not anybody thought about the right side of the river. Kind of interesting.
Well, the first dog leg is to the left, and technically the shortest distance would be straight toward that point. So they may have just been trying to gain some advantage by hanging left. Okay, we got our first boat coming down river.
GN50 is down at the top of the river. GN50, hopefully they've got a phone, they can call you. They probably are going to need a trailer.
Randy Davis in the 192, reaching out to a big lead here, coming around for the first lap, finish of the first lap.
see them, Ron, taking it easy. A lot of them, of course, the 192 boat took off, and you watched Lance Hasselrig take off, but a lot of these guys are just holding back at the beginning of this race. They got a long way to go.
Kind of bringing up the back there, the other flat bottom. And coming around is Ken Bewick, the E12 Crazy Horse.
And here comes Dirk Olsen into the corner up here, going into turn 3. He's the one that is probably about 3/4 of a lap behind his competitors, so a lot of time he's got to make up, but he's really happy just to be in the race. The boat did start, he's underway, and he's got a monkey to chase now. Here comes your leader, the Nordic, Randy Davis, number 192. You might hear that a lot today, but the boat's mechanical. It's like anything else. Anything can happen. But right now, he's in total control, setting a blistering pace for the rest of the Division 7 competitors. The Armenian Navy, number 22, Chucky Susamian out there laying it down. Headed for the trailer. Number 48. number 7 is at Bad Knocks, needing a trailer. Boat number 7 is at Bad Knocks.
In the battle axe, losing power right here at the entrance to the straightaway, making his way over to the beach and the launching ramp right now.
Gordy Jennings is in the 192 boat. He took the first leg, so that is the legend, Gordy Jennings. All you gotta do is ask him, Ron. 147 is John Haddon, the Ironman. He's got no co-driver today. He did that last year too. John Haddon in the 147. Taking it all alone. Wow, turn 4 is tight. .222 there, CompJet going by. Dirk Olson sounds like might have some problems going in the corner. I'm not sure. It just didn't sound clean when he was letting off the gas over there. It could have been his foot. I don't know.
The announcer stand needs information on boat 34.
We got a white Chevy Avalanche parked up here by the cantina. White Chevy Avalanche. We need it gone now. Right up here by the cantina parking lot. It's got to go. Heath Hebert makes his way to the trailer. Trailer's not quite in the water. See if we could get a story on him. Their pit crew's ready for him. Oh, Mona up in the air. Mike Stock behind the wheel. Number 333.
Yeah, when the boat comes off the pace and heads for the ramp here, gets a little interesting. Throwing a roller and the boat's getting out of the water right down here.
Off goes the helmet on the 369 driver, and there he is, Andrew Barker, and Heath Hebert is helping him put it on the trailer. So, that was a surprise to us. Andrew making all kinds of hand signals over to Heath, so really don't know what's wrong there. Hopefully we can find out for you. He was one of my hopes today to have a great finish. And there goes Gordy Jennings right by in the 192. Again, GN50 down at the other end. Probably needs a tow. John Roth, a former winner here in that 48 red and white outboard. Beautiful boat, and he just seems to be cruising right now. He looks dangerous to me. In comes John Paglia in that outboard, red one, red and silver. He looks for the trailer. 2 mandatory stops today, 10 minutes apiece. Two mandatory spots. Now you can take more, but it'll just hurt you in the final. So these boats are pretty much set up to only run 2 pit stops. And you have to take 10 minutes. You can't chop the time. It's mandatory.
That's Mike LaPaglia in that number 31, coming in on the ramp right now for a mandatory pit stop.
Kaylee Hebert right now is the flagship for the Hebert Racing Stables. She's out there just making laps, doing really well. Jimmy Benton in the GN 550 goes by. And there goes Lance Hasselbeck. My pleasure.
GN 21, the Blackjack, being towed in across the course back there in the Tulies. Mike Schmeling. GN 21 coming in on the hook.
Oh, the unfortunate luck of GN 21 Blackjack. On the hook. On the other side of the water, he'll be towed around. Catch a trailer. Beautiful Hallett that just went by, a Hallett GN boat.
Kevin Taylor in the 234 yellow Mod VP, your 2009 and 2015 division winners, looking solid out there, keeping pace. Kevin out of Henderson, Nevada. So the 10-minute mandatory pit stop starts when your crew touches the boat on the ramp. And officials will be standing by to time your pit stop.
Boat number 343, you need a representative here to see Ross up here under the cantina. Boat 343, make your way up here quickly to Ross.
Boat number 87 coming across the course here in front of us. The 20-foot stoker of Rob Mobley calling for the trailer.
You don't see that very often where the guy cuts across the track. I don't know. We'll let Ross worry about that, but seems a little weird. He's hollering for a trailer. Get me on a trailer.
Gailey Hebert coming around here, out of turn 4. Gailey driving the Mini Me.
That young lady is setting down some laps, Ron. Very consistent. Jimmy Benton in the Tub of Fools boat goes across, and here comes Gordy. 192, just a Sunday drive. I'd hate to pay Randy Davis's fuel bill at the end of the day between all the ski racing, the enduro, and a lot of horsepower equals suck fuel.
Leo Mona on the back stretch with Lance Hasselring and My Pleasure. Heading into the turn down here, a little congestion.
GN30, the white boat owned by Pat Hoban. Mike Noble, Clay McKinley driving that boat, doing a great job. That's a Rush hull. Jesco Electric, doing a really good job. The Omona boat, the yellow 333, that boat looks like a GN boat, but it is a flat bottom. It qualifies as a GN hull, but it is a flat bottom, so it's a handful. Tony Applegate, there's been talk about maybe a possible showing by Dave Rankin in that boat today. If Tony's back doesn't feel up to it, he'll probably climb behind the wheel. Dave Rankin, the legendary GN boat racer, he's on standby. Right now he's doing parking lot duty. He's kind of a multi-talented dude, Dave Rankin is. Blackjack makes its way to the trailer. Unfortunate luck for him so far. So you got to listen up. 343, boat 343. Get somebody up here to the judges' stand now. I don't want to get yelled at for another 15 minutes, so get up here now. 343.
Todd Stone going down the straightaway here in front of the pits. Todd Stone out of Oklahoma City, Oklahoma, driving the number 18 white and black tunnel boat.
243, you're a stoker outboard. Keith is the driver's name. We need a representative up here now. Keith Bandy from Huntington Beach. That's who we need up here, a representative of that tunnel boat. We have it listed as 243 on our paperwork, but that boat needs a representative up here now. Of John Roth, the 48, just setting very consistent laps, doing very, very well. Consistency is the name of the game for this race. Speed also, but consistency really helps.
The announcer stand needs information on the 737 outboard. 737 outboard, yellow and white. If you can get us some information at the announcer stand, that'd be great.
We are missing the number 34. I think he was a former winner, if I remember right, the red outboard. If you have any info, please write it down and hand it to us. Great race between Kaylee Hebert and the Tub of Fools, Jimmy Bentley. Well, we got it on the 737 now. The yellow and black Nordic. Finally got some information on him. Marshall Cole behind the wheel of that boat, or one of the drivers. Boat number 7 heads for the trailer. Boat number 7 looking for a trailer.
A.J. Munoz, the rider in the E12, pumping the fist with Kenny Bewick, the owner. A.J. Munoz having the second most bumpy ride next to his driver in the E12.
The 211 of Eric Sperry, I believe that's Eric Sperry, is out of the race. Number 211, the Howlett. .211 breaks a crankshaft in that boat. Jeff Barris in boat number 7. He took a pit stop looking for the trailer, I believe. He's out of the water.
The number 30 GN on the back of the chorus over here, being towed in. That's the under pressure boat owned by Pat Hogan.
Davy Jones going by in that number 914. That's a Baker powered outboard. Looks like he's got a good run under his belt. Going through a thin spot right here. Oh, Mona with Mike Stock behind the wheel, we believe. Laying it down pretty.
Better late than never, we finally have information on the red 34 Mod VP, driven by Chip Watkins. Having a really good run here today, just ahead of Gordy Jennings in the 192 Nordic.
Mike LaPaglia goes by in that beautiful SST, I believe it is. Really nice looking boat.
Hey, well, we've got just a short break here and boats coming down the course. Let's thank once again, Nick Rose Insurance, our primary sponsor, the Nordic Boats, Ecology Auto Parts, Integral Products, Advanced Oil Field Services, Flat Bottom Boogie out of Kingsburg, California on the Kings River, Hotboat.com, Jet Renew, River Dave's Place, Twisted Liquid Marine, Ron Lund Wood Specialties, Carl Johnson, Hook It Clips and Hot Rods and Hobbies.
Flat Bottom Boogies there at Kings River in Kingsburg, California. They've got a booth up here with pre-entry forms. If you own a lake hot rod, you want to go to the Flat Bottom Boogie. It's a lot of fun. They got a nice spread in Speedboat Magazine this year. Come down here and give them a look. Talk to them about their great function. Old Tub of Fools, he's struggling a little bit with these corners down here. Trying to stay out of this outside yellow cone so he doesn't get a penalty. And here comes the 30 owned by Pat Hoban, the Rush GN boat, Rush Hull. He's on a hook.
The GN30 under pressure, owned by Pat Hoban, unfortunately hitting the pits early today. The GN30 is a Rush. Sponsors Jesco Electric, Hayden Enterprises, and California Coast Advertising. Retiring early today, coming in on the hook. Crazy Horse, the E12 Flatty, coming in for their pit stop. Kenny Berwick, the driver, joined by AJ Munoz as the co-driver today, or excuse me, the passenger.
Well, the boat you hear shooting ducks, that was my Great White Hope. Heath Hebert with some issues with the engine. It's popping back through the injection. So possible problems for that boat. Whoa, 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 whoa. The CJ222 takes a turn to the inside. Man, that was ugly. Got into some rollers. That boat pitched sideways on him, sent him right to the center of the racetrack. He got a hold of it, gassed it back up, and he's back in line. But that boat was struggling.
Mike, I don't know if he took his hand off the wheel to wave or his hand came off the wheel because he hit a wave. But either way, I saw one hand on the wheel and a hard left right here in front of Gordy Jennings.
Yeah, well, the guy that was behind him wondered what was going on, I can tell you that. He went to the outside of him, well, actually the inside of him, and here come the jet boats. So a struggle for him right here in front of his fans, too. See, that's what they got to do. You see that turn to miss the buoy coming out of turn 3. Jim Benton's been the same offender lap after lap. Dirk Olson on the inside in the 911 boat, and Benton just has a heck of a time keeping that boat underneath this yellow buoy. as they come off. And this is the commitment buoy to come into the pit area. That's what the yellow buoys are. So you don't want to go outside of that. You'll probably get a penalty. And Benton really struggling with getting that boat to turn and avoid those penalties. John Roth just sails by, and then you hear the power of the V8, and it looks like Lance Hasselrig. Yep, he's going outside to the commitment cones. He will now enter the pit area for his first official pit stop. The boat known as My Pleasure. And GN6, Rick Lockery. We affectionately call him Rick. Or Locke, I'm sorry, he's a fireman from Las Vegas. First time to get any laps in the GN6 boat for Rick Lockery. His co-driver today, Ben Maroney, a former winner with Paul Grishar in the GN305. The pirate ship, they used to call it, Plan B. Ben Maroney playing coach today to Rick Lockery. Just keeping the boy calmed down, and here comes Lance Hasselrig.
Heath Hebert on the straightaway there, shooting ducks out of the 369 racing craft. .737 in the back chute heading into the turn 3 and 4 here. Getting the same trimmed ride today that he got this morning in the ski races. That boat is moving and consistent.
Terry Lavori makes a pit stop in that CJ 222 boat, Comp Jet. He's the guy that made a direct left-hand turn going down the front straightaway here a couple laps ago. So he goes in for service. Dirk Olson sails by in the 911 boat.
Boat 501, your boat is dead in the water here in the Tules across from the pits. Boat 501, California, the California side. Kaylee Hebert coming out of turn 4 here, hitting by the announcer stand, running clean, running consistent. The announcer stand needs information on boat 501. Boat 501, if you would get us some information at the announcer stand, we'll be sure to include you in our race call.
John Haddon, number 147, he pulls in for service, one of the mandatory stops. He's the Ironman. He's going to run it all. The 550 boat of Jim Benton seems to be picking it up. Let's see how he does on this corner this time. Coming around turn 3. Yeah, he holds the boat down, gets through the corner, doesn't head towards the yellow ones, and shoots down the front straightaway. Double fool. Yellow 737 Nordic. Marshall Cole going down the front straightaway. And there he goes, John Roth overtaking the other red and white outboard. Here we go. We're going to fight that yellow buoy. Oh, and he goes in between it. Dirk Olsen, number 911. Boat sounds good. Sounds like whatever ailed him there on the start must have been a fuel issue, motor flooded, something along that line. Unfortunately, a little bit behind his group. Everybody here trying to take care of their equipment this weekend. You come run these. If you've got 3-4 years under your belt, well, here's another one that's going really wide. Oh, he's pulling up and coming into the pit area. Anyway, it's a game of attrition, and you don't want to be one of them. You want to be a guy that takes your pit stops. They're clean. You have no issues. The boat runs all day, and you keep the motor RPM at a realistic figure so that you're not stretching the rods out of it. The 82 boat of Dan Chivens hits the trailer for a mandatory stop. 10 minutes they have to fuel them, driver change, whatever they need to do to service that boat up. They've got 10 minutes mandatory. You can take longer, but it's only going to hurt you. Surfrat TV, surfrat.tv, www, of course. Pick up the action here on the racetrack. Steve Linder and the attitude adjustment is across the river getting a pull in. So Steve Linder out of the race at this point, and here comes Heath Hebert. I think Heath wishes he was in his daughter's boat. She's making very consistent laps. He's got issues with his. Oh, you can hear an exhaust leak in that thing or something internal. And the crew's there to meet him. Mike Stock just making laps in the 3330 motorboat. So the leader, the 192, is on lap 14. So we got a ways to go. He's got a lot of laps. Lap 14 of 50 is where we're at in this event. Attrition, we've seen some of it. We don't like it, but it happens. That's why it's called an Enduro. Well, there we have it. In the 48 boat is Greg Foster. The shoe. John Roth will get in it a little bit later, but we've seen how consistent that boat is. We keep saying it's the dangerous one out there with Greg Foster behind the wheel and John Roth. Derek Olson comes off of turn 3. The race starting to get spread out. We have some of them in the pit area under their 10-minute mandatory pit stop, taking on fuel. They'll get dumped back in at the other end of the racetrack and race on. Greg Foster, one of the legendary racers that are out here today. And here comes Gordy Jennings, wide in the corner. They told him last night in the drivers' meetings, we want the slow boats on the inside and the fast ones on the outside. And you'll see Gordy Jennings taking the boat wide, even though he's got a lot of room, nobody around him. He's driving the boat a little wider than the inboards, like you see coming around the corner of the E12, hugging the inside, because that's where they told him to be. That's the shorter way around the course. Looks like maybe Eric Sanders in it at this time. The passengers out. Single driver in the E12, Crazy Horse. Well, I thought it sounded like something when Heath Hebert pulled up. We need a Zoomy. If anybody has one, we need a Zoomy for a big block Chevrolet, and that would put Heath back in. He's broken a header, and you really don't want to run it with a broken header. If you have one, go to boat number 369. They're parked north of here, down at on the right-hand side of the pit area. If you have a Zoomy for a big block Chevrolet, run it down there. It's worth more today than you'll get for it on Monday, I can guarantee you that. Boat 234 in for a pit stop. Boat 234, I believe that's the one that Ross was looking for earlier. And Greg Foster pulls in for the mandatory stop. Jim Benton pulled in to pull out and said there's too big a traffic jam. So he took off again in the 550 boat. The pit down here is loaded. Greg Foster gets on. Probably give the driving privilege to John Roth here during this pit stop. We'll see. And also, we put one on the trailer that's broke. Remember, we're looking for a big block Chevy Zoomy. If you have one with you, please take it down there. I believe Eric Sperry, as I think about it, Eric Sperry has one on his boat, and he broke a crankshaft. So hopefully they get another Zoomy on that boat. Well, Dirk Olson ride high and tight going down the front straightaway close to the beach there as he goes by the commitment cones as they come back out onto the racetrack. And we were right, Eric Salmons, part of that Salmons Racing family, in the E12 boat, serving his time in the Crazy Horse. There goes Gordy Jennings. We believe that's the same driver. We have not seen him stop yet to make a driver's change. And he would be your current leader. Again, while we have a break, Nick Rose Insurance and the Blue Water Casino, of course, Nordic Boats, Ecology Auto Parts, the Armenian Navy, Integral Products, Advanced Oil Field Services, the Flat Bottom Boogie at Kings River, Hotboat.com, Jet Renew, for all your cleaning needs, Jet Renew. River Dave's Place, that great website where a lot of boaters seem to hang out, along with Hotboat.com, Twisted Liquid Marine, Ron Lund Wood Specialties, Carl Johnson, Hook It Clips. I bought a set of those when we were in Long Beach. They work great. Hot Rods and Hobbies. Great sponsors of this event. Want to thank them all for jumping on board at the last minute for this event. We don't want to see this event go anywhere but grow.
Mike, the green and yellow Stoker of Randy Lewis and Steve Linder is making good, consistent laps. The 312 green and yellow Stoker. Sponsors are Regional Equipment Services, Simon Wong Engineering, Al's Outboard, R&R Prop Shop. Co-driven today by John Stewart and Bob Kitchens. Don't know who's in the boat right now, but that's the 312 green and yellow outboard making waves. Correction, that's John Stewart or Steve Linder driving. Bob Kitchens is not driving today, but John Stewart or Steve Linder is in the 312 green and yellow Stoker, hanging in there.
Boat 333 coming in for his first stop. Mike Stock, I think. Whoa, and he comes in hot. They got him stopped. There's a lot of muscle down there, muscle heads. Mick knows they've done well. He wants to get in the water, get it fuel in it, get the next driver in it. You can see the excitement. Actually, Mike tried to put it on the guy's trailer next to him. Did you see that? Pretty interesting. That's all right. They got him. Going to get him on the trailer and get him in to spend 10 minutes. Get it freshened up. Put some lipstick on it. Throw it back in the water. Jim Benton in the 550 gets his pit stop. Remember, he pulled in earlier, big traffic jam, so he decided to come in right now. Tub of Fools, the 550 boat.
Number 7, the Angry Bird. Your boat is broke down across from Bad Knocks on the California side. That's number 7, Angry Bird. Your boat is broke down. We'll need a trailer across from Bad Knocks. The Nordic number 192, been your leader since lap 1, is in for the mandatory pit stop. Gordon Jennings is going to climb out of the seat and give way to Randy Davis, we think.
We really don't know the order of drivers in that boat. They got the Tub of Fools coming out with the 192 next to it. I bet you Randy Davis drives the last leg. That's what I would guess. He's the boat owner, the owner of Nordic Boats. He'll want to bring it to a victory, but he trusts Gordy to go out there and get the big lead, which he has. And they head for service. Oh, Davy Jones just went by in the 914, that nice, beautiful Baker boat. He's out of San Bernardino, California. He's been consistent all day. Lockery slides by with instructions of Ben Marone. I think they got a shock collar on lock today. Ben just wants him to get a bunch of laps and more laps. He's going to run that boat in the GN class. He's been trying to get it done for 4 or 5 years. Finally got it put together. Found an engine problem. He kept blowing up engines. They found the issue there, and it looks like everything is rock solid today for this Enduro. So a lot of laps for Rick Lockery. That's the name of the game for today. He'll be smiling. He's a big old firefighter out of Las Vegas. Him and Ben, they look good together. Sasquatch and Hulk. Anyway, great bunch of guys.
All right, we have a breakdown on the Arizona side. south of Bad Knocks. Number 18, your boat is broke down on the Arizona side, south of Bad Knocks. Number 18 is the Todd Stone boat out of Oklahoma City. Boat 18, the white and black tunnel hull. You are broke down on the Arizona side, south of Bad Knocks.
Todd Stone is the driver of that boat. He's out of the race and waiting for a tow or a trailer down by Bad Knocks. The 737 Nordic heads to the trailer for his mandatory stop. Starting to see the stops now pretty consistently. Jack Stutzman in the 96 Old Goat, that beautiful Hallett, he pulls in for service, waiting for his trailer.
The number 36, driven by Kaylee Hebert, is back in the race. The Mini Me. Number 36 back in the race.
And here comes one more outboard that pulls up, headed for the pit area. We got a lot of boats in the pits right now. You know, the plans are made probably, what, 1/3 through the race. These guys start headed for the pits.
We have nothing on 343. We've never had anything. We have 243.
Let's see if I can. 243 heads for the bits. Bandy, Keith Bandy, looking for his trailer.
Keith Bandy out of Huntington Beach, California, has been out here making consistent laps, riding bow high in that tunnel hull.
Here comes one more committed. That's Dirk Olson, the 911 boat, coming in for that service. They're ready for him. Boat will get fueled, driver change made. John Cogan, the next one up in that boat. He's probably suited up. They'll pull it back to their pits, give it some service. The 10-minute starts on your time as soon as the crew member touches the boat. That's when the clock starts to go on your 10 minutes. You can go in the water earlier than 10 minutes and be ready, but you will be held. And if you leave early, oh, it's a penalty, and you don't want it. Got a little struggle getting that thing onto the trailer, the 911 boat. Those V-bottom boats got to be lined up correctly or they lay there crooked when you pull them out of the water. So readjusting the boat, putting it back on, and they'll get to the pit area for service. Here comes another one looking for the outside. That's right. They take the yellow cones, the yellow buoys, and in he comes. Boat number 312, the green and yellow outboard, heads for the trailer, and here comes another outboard.
Boat 312, Randy Lewis and Steve Linder. John Stewart and Steve Linder sharing the driving duties today. They'll make their mandatory pit stop and likely a driver change.
Number 82, that beautiful Advantage, driven by Dan Chivers and Mike Owens, continues a lap. Beautiful little boat. Heath Hebert powered Advanced Racing Engines, their sponsor. Nice boat when you go down and look at it. Heath Hebert back in the 369, still got motor issues, must have got a Zoomy bolted on, an exhaust header, but does not sound good. Could be Jack Landers in it, but I bet it's Heath. I don't know. We don't know. Nobody tells us. Keep an eye on the black 369, but he is wounded. Here comes John Roth, the 48 boat back on the water. That was the one Greg Foster was piloting. Probably a driver's change during that pit stop. They made their stop, the mandatory 10 minutes back on the water, and boat looks just like it did with Foster behind the wheel.
Red and White 48 having a great run. Sponsors include Wizard Pistons and Integral Products.
You know, Ron, the water's a little better than I thought it would be today. You look at it, of course, it was a little hectic there in the beginning, but this short course usually gives the competitors a little bit rougher water to deal with. But, man, this thing's laying out nice. 0 wind today. In fact, it's hot. I plan on losing 12 pounds while sitting up here, I hope. till I drink again tonight, and then boom, plus 12. Right
Well,
back.
considering your size, you may need to do this 3 days in a row. 12 pounds a day, 36 pounds.
You got
Me,
room
on the
to
other
talk.
hand, I better be here up here for 10
You got
days.
room to talk, Twiggy. You got a 12-year-old wrapped around your waist.
Yeah, they actually had to put some counterbalance on this scaffolding before I went up one side of it. It was a little embarrassing.
And I'd imagine Billy Dunsmore might be behind the wheel of the 192 now. Coming around, their pit stop is done, and he lays waste to this front straightaway. Like I said earlier, Kaylee Hebert is the flagship of the Hebert Racing Stables today. Man, oh man. I don't know who her co-driver. I'll have to look at that.
The Compjet 222, Deuces Wild. Terry Maloney is still out there.
I think maybe Andy Barker was the problem with the 369 boat. You know, he was the first driver. Sounds like he put a buttload of ducks in the engine. So here comes one pulling up, headed for the trailer. You got two trailers sitting here. Actually, three. That would be Rick Lockery. I think that's his first stop in the GN6 boat. We'll see if Ben Maroney gets in the boat. Try to keep you appraised of that. Yeah, he hits the trailer pretty good. Well, there's three guys laying in the water now, but, you know, he did get it up on there. No need to worry about who's laying underneath it. Rick Lockery brings it in, puts it on the trailer, and we'll get that thing serviced and back out. Big feather in Rick's hat today if they get this race finished, man. It's been a long build on that boat.
Hey, Mike, the Flat Bottom Boogie Boat Show and Exhibition, 9th annual, taking place next July in Kingsburg, California, on the Kings River. An event that brought to you by Club Royal Oak, one of the finest resorts on the Kings River. Registration down here at their booth by the announcer stand and scorer's table. Come on down and check out the Flat Bottom Boogie Boat Show and Exhibition next July. Our dad drag raced there, didn't he? On the Kings River in Kingsburg. Yes, I remember vividly.
Another boat headed for the pit area here. We'll keep you appraised of that. Boat 128 hits the trailer. We're looking for the information on him right now. Well, if we had information, we'd give it to you. We're sorry. Well, the GN-22, we were supposed to talk about them all day, the Armenian Navy. What happened? They pulled up early. You know, they fed us some of that Armenian cheese last night. I think that was on purpose.
Yeah. Chuck said, I milked the goat this morning.
Well, I'm a little plugged up, to be honest with you. I don't know what was in that cheese, but it was good to eat, but he wanted all the plugs. We're going to give him to him. Here comes Kaylee Ebert in for a stop. Man, that boat's been on a string all day long right there, running like an outboard. That's the way I see it. And there goes her dad shooting ducks. Driver change in the 312, that's now Steve Linder. Number 312, the 307 is John Stewart. Kenny Bewick, owner of the 312 or the E12 boat. Please come up and see Ross. Ken Bewick, please come up and see Ross DeBoss. Mike Paglia going down the front straightaway in that really nice looking outboard. The 82 boat, it's like a little SC boat, Sportsman Entry, or Sportsman Extreme, I should say. Small block powered, built by Heath Hebert, advanced racing engines. And the Omona is back out. We either have Fathead behind the wheel, that would be Tony Applegate, or Mike Stock again, or a possible Dave Rankin sighting. Fresh meat in the seat in the Omona boat, 333. Boat owned by Duff Daly. Congratulations to his daughter getting married this weekend. Desiree, I think her name is. Number 34, Chip Watkins going down the front straightaway on a Sunday drive, man. That boat, I think, a former winner. That boat is, anyway. I remember seeing it on a T-shirt. And here goes John Cogan, maybe back in the 911 boat. It looks like going down the back straightaway. So, I'm sorry, that's the Tub of Fools boat. Here comes one taking the eye line, coming for the pit area. No, he's not going to come to the pit area. Cuts back in. Ah, number 7. Traffic jam down the front straightaway. The number 7 running good. Heath Hebert still shooting ducks. And the Tub of Fools boat with Benton.
Cogan is about ready to head out.
Jeff Barris and Abe Anders doing the work in that yellow number 7. The 911 boat is about ready to head back out, 10 minutes in. John Cogan should be the driver, and here comes another one headed for the pit area. Pit stops are cheap right now, 10-minute mandatory. Number 87 comes to the trailer. Boat number 87 in for service. Rob Mobley is the driver, getting some service on the trailer. Eric Salmon's in the E12 boat getting service. That boat doesn't hold a lot of fuel, so they'll make a lot of stops during the day. Division 1 for that boat. Tony Applegate taking over Lance Hasselrig in the My Pleasure boat. Oh Mona goes by My Pleasure.
Crazy Horse, the E12, doing a driver change pit stop. Eric Salmons is coming out of the boat, and Steve Sakura is going in.
John Roth makes one more round in boat number 48. I'm sorry, the drivers are Greg Foster and Alan Stoker. Sorry about that, I got something mixed up. Surprising, huh? Shocking. And 911 boat with some problems. They had him back in the water and then put him back on the trailer. I don't know if it has to do with the starting issue they suffered at the beginning of the race. Maybe it didn't want to start again for John Cogan. See if we can get some information on that boat. Folks, the t-shirts are running very low. If you're interested in an event shirt, Ross brought quite a few, but as usual, they're very popular. Don't forget Thanksgiving weekend, like 47 years of tradition here. The SCSC will put on the Thanksgiving Regatta with all your favorite classes. Come see the K-Boats, the Pro Stocks, Super Stocks, Sportsman Extreme, you name it, it's going to be here on Thanksgiving weekend. Very exciting weekend. I'll be down here hanging out. Make your plans, get your motel reservations. Tony Applegate and the Mona making it into turn 3, coming around turn 4 down that front straightaway. Boat running really well today. Mike Stock set a good pace. Tony Applegate now trying to hold on to it. Boat number 86 sits on the trailer. He came in, needs a pit stop, and put him on the trailer, and off he goes.
The announcers need information on boat 86. Would you please get us some information on boat 86? Owner, driver. John Soros, the driver of the 86. John Soros, the driver of the 86. Thank you.
John Haddon and Alan Stoker coming down the front straightaway. They had a good race down the back chute and around the corner. Two prominent outboards in this race.
John Haddon doing the Ironman today in that number 147 Sleek Craft Mod VP.
CJ222. He's been a handful all day long in the corners and even sometimes down the front straightaways. But he's going to get through this thing, working his butt off driving that boat. The 82 boat, the Advantage right here down the front straightaway. Coming on the outside, probably Billy Dunsmore in the 192. Lance Hasselrig coming in my pleasure, number 790. And he's ready for another pit stop. As Rick Lockery goes by. Tony Applegate finding a hole right there in the front straightaway. Put up a nice spray. That boat is a flat bottom, so it's a very good race boat, but man, in this rough water, she's a ride. Something to hang on to, no doubt. Here comes Heath Hebert one more time in that blown injected racing craft. And Alan Stoker makes another lap. This could be Andy Barker in the 369. Oh, it might be Dear Jack Landers. Jack brings it to the trailer.
.369 this weekend, sponsored by Advanced Racing Engines, Bragg Crane, and Remco Balancing. Heath Hebert, of course, Advanced Racing Engines, providing a power plant for his own boat. Corn-fed, they're out of Bellflower, California, dominating the GN class this last 2 years.
Well, we might have to correct that a little bit. Chris Coles ran APBA. Heath kind of set the season out, and so Chris Coles has got the APBA championship. Well, we don't know what's going on today, so I'm not going to say that. But Heath back at Long Beach in strong form, of course, and just dominated the weekend there. He goes on to the trailer. Davy Jones in that 914 boat flying down the front straightaway in that blue and white outboard. Here comes another one into the pit area. Starting to see the day wear on some of these boats. There's another one picking up a miss. That's the jet boat, 222. Here comes the 82 boat. The little advantage with the small block power. Dan Chivens and Mike Owens, the drivers. Rick Philpott, the crew chief on that boat. They bring that in along with the Tub of Fools, Rick Benton, or Jim Benton, I'm sorry.
The 234 Mod VP by Kevin Taylor today, being driven by Rick Barron and Tim Carmack and Kevin Taylor, your 2009 and 2015 division winners in the Parker Enduro. Having a good run here today. That's the 234 Kevin Taylor owned Mod VP. Sponsored by R&R Prop Shop, the new home of Masco Propellers and Lucky Strike Racing.
E12 boat probably driven now by Steve Sequeira. We're not sure, but there's 3 drivers in that boat. And Alan Strobel, of course.
The E12 Crazy Horse has a rider along, AJ Munoz. Standard operating equipment in that boat is a kidney belt. It looks like they're taking quite a pounding out there, but AJ is back for a second licking on that thing. We'll see what happens.
Mike LaPaglia back on the trailer in that outboard, beautiful red boat. Boat number 31 back on the trailer. And here comes another one that peels off. I believe it to be Kaylee Hebert. Time for service on that one. Trailer's not ready for it. They aren't there. None of her crew's there, so maybe an unscheduled pit stop or a misstep in judgment there. Tom Pausa, probably the driver right now in that boat. So they'll be hurrying up to come get that boat. Of course, their crew hasn't touched it yet, so maybe not the 10-minute hit. We'll see. And the outboards just keep plugging and plugging and plugging. Davy Jones sailing by, and that number 914, the Blue Baker. Traffic is thinning out in the waning laps of this Enduro. People fighting problems inside the pit area. And the 192 boat comes flying down the back chute. I'm sorry, number 7, I'm sorry. That should be John Cogan. So he's making a lap. Whatever ills they had, they got it running. And there's the 192 boat. The Nordic with possibly Billy Dunsmore behind the wheel.
Number 147, John Haddon in the Sea Witch Marine Sleek Craft 20. The Mod VP is making a run. He's the Iron Man today. Sponsors are Sea Witch Marine and Yamaha. The 147 of John Haddon in the race, looking good.
Well, I can see why he says Yamaha all the way down the side, because there's not many out here. When you look at the competition, you are definitely outnumbered by the Mercuries. Those seem to be the engine of choice, so he's taking a stand and going with Yamaha and got some factory money possibly. So good run for him. He did the same thing last year. Haddon ran the whole deal. Met him at the banquet. Good dude.
Steve Linder coming around here and heading down the pit straight chute in attitude adjustment. Steve Linder was out of the race and on the hook, brought in earlier, is back out. We'd like to thank the Blue Water Resort and Casino for sponsoring the 300 Parker Enduro this weekend. Nick Rose Insurance, big participant, big involvement. Nordic Boats, Ecology Auto Parts, Integral Products, Advanced Oil Field Services, Dirk Olson's company. Flat Bottom Boogie out of Kingsburg, California. Hotboat.com, Jet Renew, River Dave's Place, Twisted Liquid Marine, Ron Lund Wood Specialties, Carl Johnson, Hook It Clips and Hot Rods and Hobbies. Hook It Clips are a stainless steel clip with kind of an integrated safety covering or plastic covering on them. They're great. Bought 2 for my anchor line. Hook It Clips has a booth down here with some giveaways, as well as the Flat Bottom Boogie folks out of Kingsburg.
Do we still have the 18 boat out there from Oklahoma City? Anybody seen him? Todd Stone, a long drive in that tunnel boat. Long drive from Oklahoma City, not in the tunnel boat. Kind of keeping an eye out for him. Had some bad luck, he was telling us earlier today, last couple of races, so.
I thought he sat in the boat while they drove the whole thing out here.
Well,
he had some bugs on his teeth. I think that
would give you some practice, that's for sure. But I think Oklahoma City might be longer than 300 miles away.
300 a day for probably 3.5 days.
Alan Stoker going down the front straightaway. And the number 7. GN30 back out on course. GN30, Pat Hoban owned Rush boat.
Credit to the crew for getting that under pressure boat back out for Pat Hoban. They're from Harbor City, California.
The drivers are Mike Noble and Clay McKinley on the GN30 boat.
Also, Mike, the GN21, the blackjack boat, Mike Schmeling is back out. Drivers are Mike and Don Schmeling. It's a race on craft out of Phoenix, Arizona. Sponsored by Fossil Fuels and Turner Engineering. Great job by the crew chief and the pit crew to get that boat back on the course after coming in earlier on the hook. That's the number 21, the white, mostly white blackjack boat. That's one busy driver in the CompJet 222.
Oh, Wayne Valari. Yeah, he's Valor, or Valari, I would say. Well, here's a guy coming off the course, didn't take the commitment cones, coming off the turn. He may have just run it out of gas. It looked like maybe he just kind of floated over here. So he's on the course. Hopefully we can get him off in a hurry.
Boat 307, John Stewart, shown as owner here. I don't know if he's the driver. He also came in earlier on the hook, and he's got it refired. Let's see if he can get it over to the launching ramp.
Yeah, there it goes. Get her in here and off the course. Yep, I think he just shut it off. Well, fire it again. And dead again. Could be fuel, I think that's the problem. He needs a tow to get into his trailer. Sitting right here in front of the judges' stand.
Well, Mike, it looks like a pretty common theme here. All up and down the river right now, I see outboard boats and an occasional inboard boat, like the 192 storming down the back of the course on the California side right now. The 192 of Randy Davis, the Nordic, your leader from the start today. Tony Applegate there on the front chute, piloting the old Mona. Sponsors today are YMCA, Stock Construction, J&A Air Design. Mike Stock and Tony Applegate sharing the driving duties. And the 911 owned by Dirk Olson is back out on the course after an extended absence from the race. John Cogan is piloting that now. Well, the 307 here, John Stewart, doing it the hard way. He's on the nose of the boat with a paddle, making his way into his trailer.
Yeah, he didn't get much help. The Old Goat by Jack Stutzman. Stutzman doing a great job. That beautiful Howlet. I went down and looked at that thing. If you like that style of Howlet, that's one of the nicest ones you'll see. He just keeps making laps in that 96 boat. And now the driver's tired from paddling.
These racing suits are not made for moving around a great deal. They're meant to keep you safe, but you don't exactly go to a steps aerobic class with these things on. Working the boat is enough work. Just sitting there is enough work, but paddling that thing in, it looks like it pooped out John Stewart. He's hopefully going to get the boat back in the race.
Service me, it yells. Looks like the Comjet 222. Drivers Lance Nichols, Harold Bruce Jr. and Sr.
Sponsors this weekend are TAV Construction or TAV Construction. Sponsor of the Comjet 222. Sounds a little rough getting it in here to the launching ramp.
That boat doesn't sound good at all, so it might be coming in for a little more than just a fuel stop. She don't sound sweet anymore. Whoa, 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 whoa. The 192 boat gets way out of shape, chine to chine to chine.
I'll tell you, the boat's slowing down, coming off the course. Throw a roller, folks, and as you're coming in right out here for the takeout ramp, you can see these rollers from the boats that slow down, and the boats coming around at speed have got their hands full, and the 192 showed us both sides of the boat there very, very momentarily. That was a bit scary, Mike.
Yeah, these guys, you can see this guy's doing it right here in the 147 boat. He throws out a big old roller, even though it's a little outboard. They're not used to that. Ross mentioned it last night in the driver's meeting. He didn't want to see any rollers on this commitment cone thing coming into the pit area, but unfortunately, you can see them roll out there. And the patrol boats, actually, some of the tow boats have put out some pretty big rollers, but John Cogan goes by in the 911. The 86 boat, the outboard of John Soros, comes in for another service. He's headed to the trailer. Well, he's on the trailer and out already, to be quite honest. Very quick work. Lockery going at it. Down the front straightaway. Have not seen the 369 boat back that dear Jack Landers was piloting, we believe. He hasn't been back out yet. That boat's suffering some ills all day long. Looking again for Kaylee Hebert in the 36 boat. There she is. Heath told me last night he's going to crawl in for the last leg. That might be him in the boat of Kaylee Hebert. The old man wants to get in and make sure it's running all right because his isn't running all that good. So he's going to take it from her and run the last part of the race.
The 343 Tunnel Mod, Keith Bandy, still in the laps in that dark blue boat out of Huntington Beach, California. Sponsored by the Jajani Signs. And I'm telling you what, the irrepressible number 34, all red, Mod VP, is laying it down out here today, ladies and gentlemen.
Here comes the 737, the beautiful yellow and black Nordic outboard. He's somebody to contend with today. It's consistent, smooth, and fast.
Marshall Cole making his way to the ramp for takeout. I was going to say Marshall Cole is marshalling his boat to the takeout ramp.
Wow, that was
But I
impressive.
said it anyway.
That was impressive.
Yeah, that was impressive.
You're a brain surgeon. The 82, the little advantage with the small block in it. Keeps putting away. Looks like the guys are doing a great job. The slower classes, Division 1, 2, down on the bottom of the racetrack, running tight on the inside, letting the fast ones go on the outside. Everybody seems to be doing a great job. I have a text from Tony Applegate's wife asking if he's driving, and I can't answer that. In the Omona 333.
We believe he is. I'll check it out here with the binoculars.
Yeah, somebody might want to tell us so I can text her back, or text her for me. Cannot tell by looking at it. Him and John Cogan going side by side down the front chute here. Seven almost missed that turn. It looked like to me started to go to the inside of the buoy, but he gathered her back up. That could have been my visual mistake, but that's what it looked like. I think, in that 7 boat that may have misnegotiated that corner a little, but he saved it. Rick Lockery, she ends 6th. Lap after lap after lap. Blackjack boat, fine. Long absence during the middle of the race, but he's back out there.
Linder in that 312 green and yellow Stoker, laying it down still, ladies and gentlemen. The number 312. Owners Randy Lewis and Steve Linder, and the driver is Steve Linder.
We talked about that 48 boat all day long, Alan Stoker, and of course Greg Foster. Just masters behind the wheel of these outboards. Got one coming in on the hook, right in front of the judges' stand. We'll get a number on that one. Don't forget Thanksgiving right here, Thunder on the Water here in Parker, Arizona. The Thanksgiving regatta put on by SCSC. Well, that looks like the GN30 boat, the boat that belongs to Pat Hoban, on the hook. This will be the second time today. I think that boat's had trouble. Unfortunate luck for them. Beautiful rush hull. And GN30 will hit the trailer without power.
Well, the driver of the GN30 is pointing to the V-drive as the culprit for retiring early, or I should say late. We talked about that last night, the weak link in these boats in terms of outboard versus V-drive is the V-drive.
And of course the 82 Advantage boat there, both on the same lap. Well, we don't know about that, but on the same straightaway right now, both little small block powered small V-drive boats.
E12 driver Steve Sakura giving the, I believe it's Sakura behind the wheel now, giving the sign. One more lap for this crew, and then they'll be headed to the trailer, and another driver change. And some fuel, undoubtedly. Doesn't hold a lot of fuel, that little one. Oh, better myself, Mike. I'd say the guys get lonely out there because they tend to bunch up. They're coming around kind of collected up. They want somebody to race with. Fender to fender, chine to chine. Let's get her done.
Well, this is a real traffic jam now coming into turn 3 and 4. The most boats we've seen going in the corner for quite a while. Right there is Rick Lockery in the GN6. Blackjack, GN21.
Well, there you have it, the powerful Nordic, a Division 7 ride, coming up behind all of the outboards, which, although not nearly as powerful, we'll see what this lap holds and where the 192 comes around, coming up behind all of those outboards. Well,
that's what you call a fast entry to a trailer right there, the 48 boat of Alan Stoker and Greg Foster. Man, they're on it. They're here to win it, in it to win it. You can see that with the way they do their pit stops. Highly organized, quick, out of the water instantly.
.192 headed to the ramp. Gonna make that change. Now we can find out just exactly what happened down here when he shine walked it.
Well, that'll be a nice roller too. That boat throws out there, so wow. 34 comes right in. Whoa, right up into the back. And he lands on the ramp, the 34 boat, I believe. I don't know that anybody was in front of him, but it was like the throttle was stuck. They're pushing the boat back, trying to get it up. Pulling it back into the water, I would say that boat would be done. It took the prop. So he went around the 192 boat and missed his trailer and drove it right up on the ramp. So we'll let you know here in a moment. It looks like there's nobody that got hit. Everybody's standing up, everybody's helping, the officials are there. So I think we have a safe situation. Just was a little wild for a few moments for you people on the internet. It does not look like anybody was hit. The boat appeared like the throttle was stuck on. He went around the 192 boat, approaching the ramp, and just drove it right up onto the concrete, or the dirt. But the driver out of it, everybody appears to be fine. From what I can see, I see nobody laying around, nobody screaming, nobody doing anything weird, so thank God nothing happened. So they're getting the boat on the trailer. That's a rough break for them, man. They've had a good run all day long. But unfortunately, I thought it was a little wild because the 192 boat was coming in. And he had slowed down, and this one went around the outside of him, the 34 boat, and then pointed it towards his trailer, and I thought, wow, he's in a hurry. And obviously he was. So the 192 is out. Their time has started. Probably the fastest boat out there. And the E12 boat is in for service again. Yes,
Mike,
I feel real safe saying everybody's okay. They're just going on as business as usual. Who knows? They may be able to put a prop on the boat and get right back out. I don't know. The dirt is not going to help the bottom of the boat, but he didn't hit it hard enough to break the bottom of the boat. I think it just went up onto the ramp. So,
well, he did definitely take some of his prop off there in the dirt or in the gravel, and so you could hear the prop hitting the ground right here next to us. Scary moment, ladies and gentlemen, but everybody's okay. We'll see what the equipment checks out like. The 34 having a great run today. Chip Watkins, hopefully he'll be able to get back out, and his crew might have to do some safety checks on their underwear because he really came at the ramp hot.
GN21, the Blackjack boat, sitting here for service. They don't seem to be in. Oh, here comes the trailer for him, I think. A little off to the side a little bit there, and they're going to pick him up. Lots of action down here at this ramp. Safety is of the utmost at this particular time. These, out on the water is dangerous, but there's more danger getting the boats in and out of the water with people walking around. Things are tight. People don't, their boat's coming in. They want that 10 minutes. They want it done right. So things can get a little hairy Belafonte right down here on the ramp. I'm not lying to you. Here comes somebody wide. Is that the 911 boat again? No, it's the 7.
No, speaking of the 911, the crew is down here on the ramp ready to receive the Dirk Olson-owned boat, right now being piloted by John Cogan. Looks to be making a last driver change. There's Heath Hebert on the ramp being taken out. He is piloting Kaylee's boat right now, the Mini-Me. That boat has been strong all day. And the duct tape has come off the side, so if you're confused about the number of the boat, and it's not Heath driving the boat right now, but it is the 3.6, not the 3.69. The Omona coming off, I believe, Terry Applegate or Mike Stock piloting the Duff DeLeon ride out of Florida. Could be the 333. Let you know if it's, looks like Tony Applegate to me. Yes, that is Tony getting loaded here in the old Mona. We'll see if there's a driver change coming. Marshall Cole in the 737 coming down the pit chute right now. That boat's been out here since about 7:30 this morning with ski racers and now the Enduro. Having a good show and a good looking ride in that boat. We have a number of boats that are in contention that are either refueling or taking a mandatory 10-minute pit stop, but likely both, and also could be a driver change. The 550 Tub of Fools getting ready to go back in. It's in the water, waiting for the driver to get into the seat, get back into the race. The 914 of Davy Jones out of San Bernardino is at the takeout ramp now. That's the 914 Baker boat, Baker hull, 2.5 liter Mercury.
I want to thank the scorekeepers today from the ski racers. Unbelievable job they did last year, and I know they're doing it this year. Couldn't ask for anything better. It saves a lot for the racers not to have somebody up here, an extra crew member. So we want to thank them for attending and taking care of us. We are a little underprivileged, you know, and some are mentally affected, I might add.
Davy Jones down here in the 914. The crew hasn't touched his boat, so his 10 minutes hasn't started, but he's waiting for a trailer. So a little bit of a traffic jam, I'm sure, in the pits. And we have a couple of boats back underway on the other end of the pits. The 192 is back on course.
Okay, folks, here's the way it lays out. I got this from the boss. Boat number 82 is in the lead. Boat number 82. Second place is 192, and third place is 48. That's 32 laps in. 32 laps in. What do we got there? 18 laps to go, I would think. It's 50 laps. approximately. Don't hold me to that. So there's your leaders, 82, 192, and 48. So what that means is that little white boat with a small block Chevrolet in Division 1, Dan Chivens and Mike Owens, they are your leaders. The little white boat, number 82.
The green and yellow 312, piloted by Steve Linders in. Sponsors today are Regional Equipment Services, Simon Wong Engineering, Al's Outboard, and R&R Prop Shop. The 312 green and yellow Stoker having a good run out there, very consistent. Did him on the trailer. They're out of San Diego. The 87's stoking it. Rob Mobley from Union, Washington, making a good run in the 20-foot Stoker SST. Sponsors are MER, Market Equipment and Repair. MER, M-E-R, Market Equipment and Repair. The red and white 87 having a good run.
'82 sponsors Advanced Racing Engines. That's Heath Hebert. Drag Boats Unlimited, Mark Lepresti, I believe, and DCC Incorporated. Well, it would have been a while since a boat in Division 1 to take the win, but there he is, I believe, going down the back straightaway and into turn 3. That is your current leader, if my eyes serve me right, which you can't trust. But it sounds like it. He took a little dig there. Like I said, consistency is the name of the game. He's probably running 70 miles an hour, maybe even a little slower. It's a little engine that could, a little small block Chevrolet. So the 192's got to gas it on up. Well, the one that run aground here, the number 34 boat, is back out there. Chip Watkins back in the gas on that number 34 boat, so good for them. Averted near disaster. Keith Bandy pulls his in for service. That dark blue outboard points at the trailer. Get me in there and get me back out. Let me finish this race. Probably 17 to go, somewhere around there is what I would say. So now the strategies come in. Make sure your pit stops are clean. Nothing happens in the pit area. No fuel spills, no errant, anything going on.
The Blue Water Resort and Casino 300 Parker Enduro is presented by Nick Rose Insurance, Nordic Boats, Ecology Auto Parts, Integral Products, Advanced Oil Field Services, and the Flat Bottom Boogie out of Kingsburg, California, Hotboat.com, Jet Renew, River Dave's Place, Twisted Liquid Marine, Ron Lund Wood Specialties, Carl Johnson, and Hook It Clips and Hot Rods and Hobbies. We thank you for your sponsorship of the Enduro, and if we're not sold out of Enduro shirts, they're pretty cool down here at the Cantina. Come see the gals.
Nick Rose, you can never say enough about that organization. Just a great friend to racers. Beautiful setup there in Long Beach, entertaining the folks, and he knows how to do business, I'll say that for him. And this is a great crowd to play to, and Nick Rose really big on all kinds of racing. Seems to me, boat racing seems to be his passion, and it takes guys like Nick to make this whole thing work, and especially on short notice that Ross had. We really thank Riverdale for being here today. Him and Stacy, great people. Gracious hand back to Ross to get this thing back on board so that it didn't lose a year. A lot of work on the part of Ross and Nick Rose, Advanced Oil Field Systems, all the guys that love to do this. Big thing. Here comes a boat pulling out, coming in for service late in the race. And it's either Ben Maroney or Rick Lockery. It's Ben Marone, it looks like to me. I'll tell you why. He pulled in with confidence. We'll see if he hits the trailer. Well, not bad for a rookie that hasn't been back behind the wheel for a while. Sasquatch did good. Again, nobody knocked into the water. That's always a good sign. And they say, yank me out, let's get this thing serviced, put Rick back in it. Ben Marone, one of the funnest guys in boat racing you'll ever meet if he'll talk to you. You never know if he's going to talk to you or not. Many a night around the old campfire down the river here at Ben Maroney's place. Great gathering joint around the fire. Cigars and liquor. Can't beat that. What a package the outboard system is for these boats. Man, they're just so consistent, so smooth. Things can go wrong with them, like you can put them on the launch ramp. You're not going to be able to stop doing that. But we talked about it the other day, just millions and millions of dollars in research and development for the outboard motor. And my gosh, this year I think Mercury has a 400 horse motor out you can hang on the back of your hot rod, and they're gaining in popularity. Even the older 80s version motors, which some of these guys are running, the 2 liters and 2.5 liters, they're virtually seem to be bulletproof. We know they're not, they're mechanical, but strong advantage on these long endurance runs. They never seem to not be there at the end. And there's the 82 negotiating the turn with an outboard on the outside of him. And again, hugging the bottom, that's where Ross said we want you to run. If you're Division 1, get on the bottom, and that's what he's doing.
The 007 River Rocket, Mike Quindazzi out of Parker, Arizona, in an STV hull, doing battle with the 82. The overall leader of the race.
Vance Hasselbrink going down the front straightaway. The E12, he chooses to come up on the outside. He's not hugging the bottom, he's up on the outside. What a beautiful day here in Parker, Arizona. Man, almost too warm, huh? Well, it is up here for a couple of fat guys. Appreciate the view up here. A lot of fun in the waning laps of this race. Water laid down real nice today. That lack of wind really helps. The wind keeps it chopped up. Right now, the water just lays back down, goes over there on the other side, goes into the Tules, makes for a great racing surface here in Parker, Arizona. Couldn't ask for a better day if we'd have ordered it. 92 not setting the same pace they were earlier. There might be some strategy there. It seems like he's pulled up a little bit on the throttle. I'm not sure. Just what my eyeball sees. Jack Stutzman in that old goat, that beautiful Hallett we talked about. Crew Chief Paul Reed, sponsored by Silverado Trucking. He stayed out there all day long too. I haven't seen them have many mishaps. Hard to watch 30-something boats though and figure out exactly who's doing what all day long. That's hard. It'd be cool if we were sitting by the scorers, but then we'd drive them crazy and they'd quit and then it'd be bad. Don't forget the flat bottom boogie. It's been going on for 9 years. Down there in Kingsburg, California. They got the entry forms. Great place for you to stay. There's a beautiful RV resort called Club Royal Oak. Drive your motorhomes down there. They got beautiful, beautiful grounds, it looks like, right on the Kings River. Man, my dad tore that place up about 1963. That's where hot boating was if you were from the Fresno area, Madera, any of that area down there. Kingsburg was the place to be. Very well represented by flat bottom boats down in that area. So make it a date. Come down here and talk to the people from the flat bottom boogie. Boat shows are becoming really, really a big thing. Billy B with a real successful couple of shows during the season, one in February and one in September. One of the better attended events that we've been to, and of course just a lot of fun for everybody that loves this hobby so much. Chrome and glitter and custom paint, and not that even, just bring your ski boat to any one of these things, an old restored ski boat. We love seeing them come out of the woodwork, especially the older ones like me. Kaylee did today. Really, really proud of her. I watched her at Long Beach, and Gary Garland drove beside her in a rookie race, and the girl's been in training for quite a while, and Heath is going to have a good one, man. Any gal that can get in a GN boat and handle it, my hat's off to him. So great job, Kaylee, today. There's the 82 boat. We don't know if he's still leading, but he's still out there doing a great job. The old Luna boat might stop back in that boat. They took their pit stop 10 minutes ago, and that's his first lap back out. Well, I can't tell you who's in that 48 boat. It's either Alan Stoker or Greg Foster. Probably Foster. And, of course, the great Lance Hasselrade. How can you not love this guy? Him and Rudy Ramus were like brothers from another mother, of course, but that boat's been around for, I don't know, it seems like 35 years that boat's been around. It probably isn't, but great following that Lance has had for years. Just super nice guy, super nice crew chief. Always made it up to Burley, just sweetheart of a guy. He loves the Burley fans up there. So hopefully time off work, he can get some help and head back up to Burley this year and make a return. He hasn't been there a couple of years. Love to see him there. Always puts on a show, and he's fast. Boat number 7 is broke. Boat number 7 is broke at the top of the race course on the California side. Send somebody to get him, boat number 7. right, those outboards run nose up in the air. They got about 3 inches of boat in the water, and the driver sits there like on a cloud of air and just hauls the mail. That's the story of the outboards, both tunnels and the V-bottoms. Nothing like the thunder of a V8. And it looks like some of them are living. As you can see by the outboard in 3 and 4, you can tell how they have to slow down for the corners. That's a strong disadvantage. We talked about it earlier. It definitely slows the lap time down for these guys, where they've had to turn half the amount of time. In other words, this course is twice as many turns for them as they were used to in the last couple of years on a 12-mile course. You remember the old tunnel boats that were capsuled, like the Seabold boats, Bob Seabold back in the 80s. Those boats had turned inside of a carton of cigarettes. But this lineage of boats does not have that capability to turn like those tunnel boats did back in the day like that. I don't know all there is to know about outboard racing, so I don't want to pretend that I do. But I've been told by many experts that the more these boats have to turn, the more it hurts them in the long run. But that was compensated for in their lap times and the classes, divisions they run, and they put on a great show here today.
Steve Linder getting around the course there on the outside of Heath Heber. Heath driving the mini me.
Looks to me that the boat driven by Dan Shivens maybe has picked up the pace a little bit. I don't know whether you felt that way when they went by. It seemed like he was on the gas a little harder. Maybe gotten wind that he was the leader. So don't protect the position anymore. Run for your life. Boat number 34 that came up on the launch ramp seems to be fine. He's running around there at a good pace. Threw a new prop on it, I'm sure. Checked for straightness of the shaft, and there you go. One nice thing, it doesn't have a big V8 buried in it with all that weight driving it up the ramp, and a prop shaft hanging out the back or the bottom of the boat to wipe out. That would have been disastrous for an inboard boat. or 790. I can't remember. Anyway, we all know Lance. He's on a slow pace on top of turn 3, coming into turn 4. Looks like he's headed for a trailer. Must have some issues with that racing craft. Boat of Stoker and Foster was in third place the last time that we were notified, which you all heard, with the 192 in second. And here comes Lance Hasselrig looking for his trailer. Could be his co-driver, but hard to say. We can't tell when they're all suited up. And Mike Schmeling heads to his trailer in the GN21 boat Blackjack. And he shuts off early. I don't know if the trailer yet. The trailer is here, it looks like. Still trying to get Lance Hasselrig on the trailer. GN 790. And underneath the trailer it goes. Marshall Cole coming around the corner in that beautiful yellow outboard Nordic. Like Ron said earlier, doing double duty today, running an Enduro, pulling all the skiers, just like the 192 boat and several others that have made their way here. And here comes the 82 boat. He was leading. Let's see what we got in store here. He was on it, he was leading, and now he must be making his third or second mandatory stop. Let's see. Trailer guys are ready. We thought that was for the 21 boat, but it's not. Looks like they're ready for the 82. The advanced racing engines mount. And the crew will touch it, and his 10 minutes will start.
Side by side goes the Nordic and the Stoker down the front chute here. Soros in the 86. Hanging in there. Local owner and driver Mike Quindazzi out of Parker in the 007 yellow and black. Not really much of a number on the side of the boat, more up on the bow, but he's having a good clean run and running long and running fast. Sponsors of that boat are Dick O'Day Racing, Summerford Racing, Hot Lap Marina, and Davis Propellers. Keith Bandy out of Huntington Beach in that dark blue tunnel boat, making noise here late in the race, running consistent.
Left. 9 laps left for the 192 boat to get to 50 laps. I'm not calling him the leader, I'm just telling you there's 9 laps left for him. Because I don't want to confuse anybody or act like I know what I'm talking about, because I don't. Randy Davis high and on the outside in that 192 boat coming around. What a machine that boat is. Somebody coming in to hit the pits. Boat number 87 heads to the trailer.
Rob and Bob Mobley sharing driving duties today in the 87, 20-foot Stoker. Stoker is staying in it.
192 and the 48, the outboard boat of Stoker Foster, they are on the same lap with 8 to go. So when the 192 and the 48 come around this next time, there'll be 7 laps left in the event. So they are running first and second, and according to the word I got, the 48 is only about 1,000 yards behind, or 1,000, I don't know, that's a lot of yards, 1,000 yards. Anyway, he's on the same lap. Not the same amount of laps, but on considering the divisions, he is on the same lap with the 192. This scoring thing is above my pay grade, for sure. So we're just giving you what we're being told. The race is winding down. Yeah, if they said there's math involved, I'm out. So here he comes around. There'll be 7 laps left. Randy Davis. And second place is going into turn 3 right now. The 48 boat. With either Foster or Stoker on the throttle. Well, if you're sitting on the sidelines watching this and you have a nice little hot rod sitting at home, you might want to give this some consideration for 2017. Man, what a fun thing this is, because it doesn't really matter how fast you run. It really doesn't. It's called getting out and driving your boat, having a safety crew around so that if something does happen, you're taken care of. It's organized, and you can put together a small pit crew and just come have some fun. There are a lot of guys here that came to win, trust me. For everybody that put a boat in the water, they wouldn't be here if they didn't think they had a shot. But the thought, don't be like me, where you sat on the outside only wishing and then you get too old to do it. Do it while you're young, and there's old guys here doing it too. But man, I would give this some strong consideration. If you have a boat, whether it be an outboard, an inboard outboard, or a V-drive, any form of power is acceptable. They will find a place for you to run. The rules are posted, and every year they make small adjustments depending on timing, looking at lap times, but it's a great event. You get to run your boat here more than you'd run it in 5 years. What you do is ask some of your friends to help you and then let them take a turn behind the wheel, get them to pay some expenses and some maintenance, and come have some fun. 96 heading for the trailer late in the race. 96, he comes in, points it towards his trailer, makes a nice entry. Jack Stutzman in the old goat hits the trailer, says, "Get me out of here. Let's get this thing serviced up." So he's taking a late race stop. There's strategy involved in these stops. I can't tell you why or what, because everybody has a different opinion about how they want to do it. Basically, if you divide it into 3 segments, it's 16.6 laps apiece or something like that, depending on what division you're in. We got Mr. Haddon, who's Ironmanning it today, and then we've got guys with 3 drivers, we've got guys with 4 drivers, 2 drivers, every combination you can think of. So Randy Davis still out in front of the 48. You see the 48, I think it's him coming down the back straightaway, and there's your interval between first and second. The red and white outboard, a previous winner, and the 192 with Randy Davis at the helm. So 6 laps to go for the 192. If he has a hiccup, looks like Stoker or Foster will be right on him. And it would stand to reason it comes down to these 2 boats. When you look at the consistency over the day, the 4 hours or whatever we've been sitting here, those 2 boats have been super consistent. And if you've won one, you understand how to win one. That's the thing. You learn what to do, what not to do, what to bring to the racetrack, what you need, the kind of support you need to make good, healthy pit stops. Make sure that you have everything aligned, the fuel sitting there, you got a fuel guy, all that stuff. It's a little bit like NASCAR, only it's a time pit stop. And another V-drive hits the water. Re-enters the race. Well, we hope for you that are watching the internet, we've provided you as much. It's tough. It's tough to announce this race. I'm not going to lie to you because the numbers are pretty small on the boats, and we've got binoculars, but it's still tough. By the time the boat goes by, we're shuffling through papers. So we learned something this year. We'll have a little bit better filing system. Ross will build a database for us, and next year we could be even better. For sure, but we appreciate everybody tuned in on Surfrat today. We didn't lose it like we did in Long Beach, which is nice. Been a safe race so far, which is super important for the longevity of this event. Man, insurance claims in this business are just deadly, so we really preached last night, Ross did, to the racers and the pit crews that were there. Safety first. It needs to be that way so that we can buy insurance and have these events. We thank Parker, the Blue Water, for giving us the date to do this. We, of course, thank Nick Rose and all the other sponsors involved. Dirk Olson with Advanced Oil Field Services, one of the competitors today. Make it back here for Thanksgiving. Don't forget that. You'll see a lot closer action with the circle boat races. Mona, the 333 boat that belongs to Duff Daly. The drivers today, Mike Stock, Tony Applegate. Don't know about Dave Rankin. He was on the roster if needed, but I know Tony's heart. He probably didn't let anybody else in the boat but himself. But a consistent boat all day long. Well, there's the interval. Looks about the same. The 192 boat going around the corner. The 48 chasing him down as he goes into approaches turn 3. So about the same advantage the 192 had. So he just, it looks like maybe the 48 boat might be catching him. 5 to go, folks. 5 to go till this race is over. That's the information I've been given. Old Stoker and Greg Foster letting her hang out all day long. They want their boat on the picture, the back of the T-shirt for next year. Goliath and David. That was the battle here today. The 192 boat and Goliath. And the 48, the little outboard of legendary Greg Foster and Alan Stoker. We know we made mistakes today on boat numbers and names. we apologize. It's really, really tough to know who's driving the boat. We don't have a clue. Everybody's got a helmet on and a jacket. We've done our best to identify the ones we think are in the boat, but we're probably wrong about 50% of the time. Blackjack GN21 coming into turn 3. You can hear the horsepower. And, of course, the E12 boat, this is its 9th year of running at the end of this Enduro. And what's really funny is the family all gets on board and they go for rides up and down the river after this race is over. And it looks like the E12 is going to take one more break. Coming towards the trailer.
I don't know of a boat that has finished this race this many years in a row.
I really don't think there is one, Ron. I haven't paid great attention, but this thing has a record that, and that little boat, that little engine was built back in the 60s. Kenny Bewick, the owner, is a machinist by trade. He readies the boat, gets everybody in it involved, services that boat from one end to the other, and it just flat runs and runs and runs. I love those old aluminized headers on that thing. That was the kind of header coating they had back in the 60s, and it lasts forever. I wish it was still around. I'm sure it's something the government took from us. But just a great boat, a great group of guys, Eric Salmon, Steve Sequeira, and Kenny Bewick, the drivers, main drivers, always here to have a good time.
AJ Munoz rode along for a couple of stints in that boat.
.34 boat that drove up on the ramp appears to be fine, just running the laps. And there's the 192 going into turn 3. Looks like Foster and Stoker maybe lost some to him on that lap. It looks like Randy Davis is up on the pipe, gas on, coming down, and that makes it 4 more laps. 4 laps till he hits 50. I'm sure the crews on the radio don't experience any flatulence in these final laps. Because if you do, the 48 boat will be right on your tail. The GN6 boat, they're all day long. Rick Lockery, we've talked about him all day. Great dude. Just happy to be here. Got a nice boat now with everything sorted out. And looks to be like he's gonna finish a race. Power trim, what a great invention that was, huh, Ron? Get a boat up out of the water when they could take that motor and set the trim, just like what a cavitation plate is on a V-drive, only theirs is a lot more effective, it looks like. So they can lighten the nose of that boat up by the push of a button. It pushes the prop away from the boat, which transfers less weight to the nose and gets it up and in the air. And we all know what keeps a boat from going fast is drag. And you'll see these guys just sit on the last 8-10 inches of their boat, and that's what they're doing. They have to set the trim down, get the boat in the water to make the turns, and then they get it out, gas the thing up, slowly bring the trim up, and that boat starts to fly. Less drag, more speed. The boat builders have been trying to achieve that since, back in the 30s. There's the 82, the little boat that was leading. He did have a pit stop. That probably wasn't factored into it. but still running good. He's back out on the water.
The 31 of Mike LaPaglia from Murrieta, California, is still on the course. Yep, they are at it. He is Ironman this today. His sponsors include VP Fuel, Fallon Marine, and North County Sand and Gravel. Mike LaPaglia has been coming to this event since he was a kid, and he said he'd be thrilled just to be here today and to participate. Well, he's done more than that. He's made it to the end here, and I'm sure he's very, very proud. Mike LaPaglia in the 31 red, white, and black STV tunnel boat.
Well, it looks like at this point they won't have to call Duff Daly and say, hey, we got a boat to fix. The old Mona is still out there, still running strong. Mike stock built, big block Chevrolet, stack injection. He loves stack injection. Can run that boat as a 4, Division 4. Boat number 128 is broke in north turn. Boat number 128 is broke down in the north turn. We saw the 192 boat go by, so that leaves us 3 to go. He went by about, I don't know, quarter of a mile, half a mile ago. It's a big, big deal to put your boat on the trailer at the end of today. Trust me, to get through one of these, I mean, Dirk Olson struggling to get a full race in, but today ran longer than they've ever run. Don't know what the malady is with the boat, but as you can see, attrition is the name of the game. If you can keep your boat together, keep the wheels on it, so to speak, or the prop on it, you have a shot at winning, because there's a lot of suffering that goes on trying to finish one of these. The old V drivers, they just don't give up, man. You know, it looks like the boat to have would be some kind of outboard or an inboard outboard to run this kind of racing, but what better time and environment to come out and just run your V-drive boat and hope that you can finish. The weak link in the boats, of course, the V-drive and the prop shaft, propeller, a lot of vibration, a lot of harmonics. The motors today, with the parts available to us, you can pretty much build a motor to last if you're not trying to spin it to 6,500 RPM for 300 miles. Most of the guys I talked to with the V-Drive V8 combination were just trying to keep it in the 5,500 RPM range, and they should live. A lot of them take their blowers off and run carburetors, just a little bit less pressure on the motor, a little bit better on the bottom end of the motor, and just go out here and make laps. I'll tell you, driving one of these boats, even at 80 miles an hour, is a thrill for a prolonged period. It's a lot of fun.
Mike Schelling still out there in the GN21 racing craft, known as the Blackjack. The GN21 been off the course a couple of times today, and I think hauled in on the hook at one point, but out there to finish up the end of this race. Sponsors include Tunnel Engineering, and Fossil Fuels.
Jack Stutzman, an old goat, goes by again. Gosh, that's a good looking boat. If you like old Hallets, that's one to go look at. Look at it now, the 48 and the 192, 2 laps to go. 48 did make up some ground, it looked like. I don't have a stopwatch, but he's on the outside here, coming around on turn 4, coming around the 82 boat, no, the Omona boat. Get out there and get on Craigslist and find yourself one of these outboards. It looks like a lot of fun to sit there on the rear end of the boat all day long, just making turns, putting fuel in it. Great time had by all. This race will be around a while, folks. A nice 3-year deal signed with Nick Rose and Ross Wallach to make sure this race continues. And what's going to make it great, the more the merrier. Like back in the old days when they had 50 and 60 entries, and if this waterway could talk and you could hear the ghosts of Bob Nordskog and Lou Brummett in the Rawhide boat and Tim Wallace, just Ed Olson, just the list goes on and on and on. These are storied waters that these guys are racing on today for more reason than just the circle boat enduro race, but all kinds of ski racing, circle boat racing, K-boat racing. The list goes on and on and on. One of the favorite places on the circuit is right here in the great water of Parker, Arizona. A lot of us stood on the shores here as kids watching those races, or we were down on a piece of property watching it and can remember what it was like to hear all those V8s coming down the river all at one time. Just a great memory when you were young. And that's what drives a lot of people to this race today, is what happened in their early years. Back in the day, they used to have the fuel tanks out in the water. Could you imagine Hillary Clinton with that today? Huh? Big old water, big old fuel tank hanging out over the water with a couple 100 gallons in it, and you pulled up underneath it.
I'd gone 3 hours without hearing anything that reminded me of the politics going on.
Sorry about the political
Thanks
comment.
for bringing me back to
I'm just
reality.
joking, everybody, just joking. We could change that to Harry Reid. He'd really love the fuel hanging out over the water. But anyway, we can't do that anymore. That's obvious. We pull them out, safety. We would never be able to get a race insured with some of the old ways that things were done. And
hey, while we're at it, let's thank WikiLeaks and the Blue Water Resort and Casino for the 300 Parker Enduro, sponsored by Nick Rose Insurance, Nordic Boats, Ecology Auto Parts, Integral Products, Advanced Oil Field Services, the Flat Bottom Boogie at Kingsburg, California, Hotboat.com, Jet Renew, River Dave's Place, Twisted Liquid Marine, and Ron Lund Wood Specialties. Not to be forgotten, Carl Johnson and Hook It Clips, our friends from Hook It Clips have got a great booth down here. Hot Rods and Hobbies. We thank you, one and all sponsors.
well, look at this gaggle of boats that the 192 is involved in, and with 1 lap to go, look at this. The white flag's going to come out for Randy Davis. One more round, and he's in amongst a lot of traffic. And there he is. Well, unless something happens on his last lap, it looks like Randy Davis, Billy Dunsmore, and of course, the real K-Boat King, Gordy Jennings, the first leg driver, may have a victory at hand here in the closing lap of the 2016 Blue Water Enduro, brought to you by Nick Rose Insurance. into Blackjack. GN21 calls her a day as he comes in towards the trailer. And there goes Heath Hebert with 369 of his daughter Kaylee Hebert. He saw the one lap to go and kind of backed off the throttle. The white flag is waving, and there'll be a mad rush to get all these boats out of the water. For those of you that are thinking about leaving, we thank you for your attendance today. We'll get that done early. I smell a cold beer. I can smell it. Okay, whiskey at work. Not gonna lie to you. So keep your eyes open on that 192, that beautiful Nordic. 192. What did I say? It doesn't matter. Anything 1.9 right now probably is going to win the race. Mercury-powered Nordic boats. A beautiful package put together in that boat, and boy, oh boy, does it prove itself every time it comes to this race. The technology Nordic has today, they're building state-of-the-art equipment. They're on the edge all the time of what's the latest and the greatest. And of course, with the support of Merc Cruiser and what they put together, it's almost unbeatable. And how do you beat the drivers? The owner of Nordic, the legend Billy Dunsmore, and of course the self-appointed legend, Gordy Jennings. If I don't say enough about him, I'm going to be in trouble. In the words of Gordy, he would say, I got him out in front. That he did. He sails down the back straightaway into turn 3, unencumbered by anybody that can put a hurt on him. All he has to do is float it around that corner. Greg Foster on the back chute. And here he comes. Give him a big round of applause. Randy Davis, 192, and he floats by, and I wish I knew whether it was Foster or Stoker, but it really doesn't matter. What a great team the 48 put together today in second place. I have no idea who's third. I'm not going to try to tell you. We will post the awards here in a little bit. But again, thank everybody for a safe race, unbelievably safe race. We love that. Very important to this event. Appreciate Ross Wallach and his whole group. They're a class act. They do a great job. Everything was here. We applaud Ross for jumping in the last 30 days, and we knew that we couldn't miss a year. If we miss a year, you miss too much. And Ross deserves an applause, a round of applause also. Although his head's already big, I don't want to make it any bigger. I want to thank Surfrat TV for their involvement. We want to thank, he always does a great job, and we thank the sponsors that brought Surfrat to us. It's not a cheap proposition, but they jumped on board and helped get that whole program put together, and it's always fun for our fans at home to get and watch this race and see the finish. Great time had by all. So the proverbial checkered flag will drop to the hand of Randy Davis. Oh, they even had a rider in that boat. I didn't know that. Did you know that? I didn't know that. Boat's probably better balanced with a rider. That's the way it was designed. So we still have some boats racing out there that we kind of forgot about. I wish I could give you positions, but I can't. Other than Foster Stoker, and of course, Randy Davis, Billy Dunsmore, and Gordy Jennings. Now there's some rollers to go over. Everybody slowed down here. And we keep waving the checkered flag. The 82 boat was running up front. We know that. I told you that a little bit earlier. He comes across the start-finish line. Well, Ron, the day draws to a close. I guess we got one more coming around. But thanks for all your help on all the paperwork.
Day.
Even though you're, you know, I mean, I had to flop through a lot of pages. If you could fix that next year, you know, the pages.
Yes, yes, yes.
And there goes Rick Lockery, and he takes the checkered flag. That's all he wanted to do today, so congrats to that team. Where is he going? On the beach? What are we doing here?
Well, we're just kind of looping
He's so
around.
happy he's going to run into the outboard. There we go.
Thank you to the Blue Water Resort and Casino for the 300 Parker Enduro, presented by Nick Rose Insurance, Nordic Boats, Ecology Auto Parts, Integral Products, Advanced Oil Field Services, Flat Bottom Boogie, Hotboat.com, Jet Renew, River Dave's Place, Twisted Liquid Marine, Ron Lund Wood Specialties, Carl Johnson, Hook It Clips, and Hot Rods and Hobbies, our sponsors and presenting sponsors for this year's 300 Parker Enduro. We thank you.
So everybody be safe as the boats are coming out. There's going to be a lot of traffic. There's anxious people. There's tired people. Your boat backers are tired. Everybody's tired. So be super careful, man. We've been accident free. We want to keep it that way. Thanks again. We're going to call it a wrap. Oh, we got another boat. Oh, somebody else is coming. Oh, great.